very thirsty.
Okay, we're up and ready to go.
Wonderful. I will kick off this public hearing and I'll call it to order. And I would ask everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. There we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mara, if you could read the roll. Call the roll.
Councilmember Gully is absent. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Present.
Councilmember Steele.
Present.
Councilmember Cummings.
Present.
Councilmember Zalewski.
Here.
Councilmember McDermott.
Here.
Council President Mantello.
Here.
6 present, 1 absent.
Okay.
Council President Mantello, I move that the council resolve itself into a committee of the whole for the purpose of conducting a public hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember Zalewski, and I'll ask the clerk to please read the publication.
Please take notice, the Troy City Council shall hold 3 public hearings in relation to changing the vehicle travel direction on 3 streets. Jacob Street from one-way westbound to one-way eastbound between River Street and King Street. Public hearing shall be held on July 23rd, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. via video conference. State Street from one-way eastbound to two-way between First Street and Third Street. The public hearing shall be held on July 23rd, 2020 at 5:45 p.m. via video conference. South River Street from two-way to one-way northbound between Main Street and Polk Street. The public hearing shall be held on July 23rd, 2020 at 5:50 p.m. via video conference. As authorized under Governor Cuomo's executive orders, the public will not be permitted to attend the public hearing in person. Instead, the public will have the ability to see the hearing via the Troy City Council YouTube page, as described below, as permitted by the New York State Open Meetings Law, as modified by the executive orders. Due to public health and safety concerns, the public will not be permitted to attend the remote locations where the City Council members will be situated. If you have a computer, tablet, or smartphone, you can access the meeting at www.youtube.com/Troy City Council. Any person who wishes to provide comments on the proposed project can send them via email to cityclerk@troyny.gov or call 518-279-7143 by 4 p.m. on Thursday, July 23rd, 2020.
Thank you. And regarding the I apologize. The public hearing is now open, and the rules of the chair pursuant to section 2.34 of the special rules of the City Council are as follows, and I will not go through them and belabor everyone and open it up to the public hearing. You will have 5 minutes to speak. Mara, have we received any comments?
I did not receive any comments on the Jacob Street change. I received 1 comment on State Street.
Okay, fair enough. I will now open it up to council members since we have Steve Strikeman here and we have a couple of minutes before our next public hearing. Does any council members have any questions for Steve or any comments that they would like to relay?
This is just on Jacob Street specifically.
Okay. Steve, anything your way?
Not really. I mean, the street's been closed down for 2 years. We would like to, when we open it up, just make it one-way eastbound to facilitate the traffic flow out from behind the restaurants and reduce congestion at the Federal Street intersection. We had some site distance issues that had to be dealt with. The Vecino group who redeveloped the Marvin Neitzel building has been working on clearing those site distances, and I was there with engineer Aaron Vera this week with National Grid as well, looking at the intersection, and we might do some reconfigurations of that intersection as well, and the attempt to have Vecino pay for those changes as well.
Steve, I take it the businesses with these three proposed changes are okay and no flack or anything?
Yeah, they were, again, we had the public meetings on the Riverfront Park North Extension, and they were happy with the one-way north in exchange for not losing very much parking back there. And to them, it makes sense. They'll take their deliveries entrance through the parking lot between the Green Island Bridge and Ryan's Wake. And then the trucks will head northbound out and exit through Jacob Street. So no, they were happy with the change.
Excellent. Okay. Since we have no council member comments and no public comments, I will now take a motion to close the public hearing.
I move that we close the public hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Cummings. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, but
Aye.
that was not
We
Councilmember.
don't, yeah, we don't need a vote. It's a public hearing. So thank you, everyone, for joining. Our next one is 5:45, correct, Mara?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so
So we're staying recording and we're staying on YouTube just make everything easier for everybody. So I'm going to advise people to mute and potentially turn off their cameras if you need to, eat a sandwich or something in the next 5 minutes.
sounds good. I agree with Mara's suggestion, and I will do a quick run and check on my son. Thank you.
Carmela, do you see the stop video?
I was wondering, is that how you do it, Eileen? Eileen?
Yep, and then it'll say start video.
Thank you.
There you go.
I was looking for it. I'm like, I don't know if I should press this. Thank
Turn the mute off.
Actually, you mean turn the mute on.
Hi, everyone. We're back for our second of 3 public hearings. I'll wait for everyone to come back. That 5 minutes helped me quite a bit because I came right from work to the public hearing. All right. We'll wait for Steve, Kim. There's Kim. Perfect. Jim is not here yet. Mara, we're okay to roll. I will now call the second public hearing to order, and I'll ask everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Mara, if you could please call the roll.
Councilmember Gully is still absent. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Present.
Councilmember Steele.
Present.
Councilmember Cummings.
Present.
Councilmember Zaluski.
Here.
Councilmember McDermott.
Here.
Council President Mantello.
Here.
6 present, 1 absent.
We ready? Council President, I move that the council resolve itself into a committee of the whole for the purpose of conducting a public hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember Zaluski. And Mara, if you could please read the publication, that would be great, the notice.
Please take notice, the Troy City Council shall hold 3 public hearings in relation to changing the vehicle travel direction on 3 streets. Jacob Street from one-way westbound to one-way eastbound between River Street and King Street. Public hearing shall be held on July 23rd, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. via video conference. State Street from one-way eastbound to two-way between First Street and Third Street. The public hearing shall be held July 23rd, 2020 at 5:45 p.m. via video conference. South River Street from two-way to one-way northbound between Main Street and Polk Street. The public hearing shall be held on July 23rd, 2020 at 5:50 p.m. via video conference. As authorized under Governor Cuomo's executive orders, the public will not be permitted to attend the public hearing in person. Instead, the public will have the ability to see the hearing via the Troy City Council YouTube page as described below, as permitted by the New York State Open Meetings Law as modified by the executive orders. Due to public health and safety concerns, the public will not be permitted to attend the remote locations where the City Council members will be situated. If you have a computer, tablet, or smartphone, you can access the meeting at www.youtube.com/Troy City Council. Any person who wishes to provide comments on the proposed project can send them via email to cityclerk@troyny.gov or call 518-279-7134 by 4 p.m. on Thursday, July 23rd, 2020.
Okay, I will now open it up. Mara, have we received any public comments?
Yeah, I have one comment for State Street. This is from Steve Mueller. He says, here are some comments for the City Council's Thursday discussion on whether to convert State Street from a one-way eastbound street to a two-way street between First and Third Streets. My name is Steve Mueller. I have lived in the Conservatory Apartments at the corner of State and Third for the past 5 years. Prior to that, I lived for 12 years in Washington Park. I can see some merit in allowing westbound traffic on State Street, especially on days when 2nd Street is closed at State, such as for Farmers Market and the Victorian Stroll. Traffic would then be able to proceed westbound, including to the State Street parking garage, provided that new signage is also installed. However, converting State Street to two-way traffic would also entail the loss of street parking on at least one side of the street. I would point out that parking is allowed on the south side of State Street on the one block that is currently open to two-way traffic between River and First. I suggest that for the sake of consistency, parking continue to be allowed on the south side of State Street between First and Third. Of course, this will create winners and losers. Hatchet Hardware and the tenants of the conservatory will be winners. Hatchet will continue to be able to receive semi-truck deliveries on the south side of the street, and moving vans for tenants will be able to park on the side of the building. The Troy Savings Bank Music Hall will have to arrange for tour buses and equipment trucks to park on the south side of State between 2nd and Franklin Street Alley. The big losers would be the tenants of the Caldwell, who will no longer be able to park or stop in front of their building. Also, the Bank of America will lose State street parking, and ATM users might be tempted to park on the north side while they run to the ATM. There is already a problem with cars double parking on 3rd to use the ATM, and these cars often block buses from getting by. Enforcement of the new no parking zone will be critical because if vehicles do park or stop on the north side of the newly two-way State Street, this could cause traffic jams, as currently happens when vehicles park on the designated no parking west side of River Street between 3rd and the Arts Center. Finally, from our apartment, we observed that at least once a week, a driver traveling south on 3rd will turn west on State and drive the wrong way on State. This risk would be eliminated if State becomes two-way.
Okay. Steve, did you want to address any of those comments?
Well, yes, there is a loss of about 10 or 12 parking spaces on the south side of the street. I think the south side was preferred just because of there's not a lot of parking in front of, there's no loss of parking in the area of the Troy Savings Bank Music Hall parking lot right now. So it was the least amount of lost space there. As for Troy Music Hall parking, they would still be able to, as they do right now, I believe, shut down parking temporarily for loading in and loading out on the north side of State Street in front of the music hall. So yes, there are some losses. There is still, significant amount of parking south of there on 3rd Street to be found. And I know that there's always an issue with a shortage of parking. But I think this really creates less confusion for getting to the parking garage, and as well as continuing what is already an existing pattern on State Street to the west of 1st.
Okay. Did any Councilmember Cummings, did you want to?
Yeah, so
Yep.
that covers the concerns about the music hall. What's the plan for deliveries at Hatchet Hardware?
Well, I believe they would, and I'm sure there would be parking in the street there, in the traffic lane will occur. It's not a real high volume traffic street during the day, so people will be able to go around there. They can park in the alley, or they could actually park on 3rd Street. We could create a parking zone on 3rd Street or a loading zone in front. Hadn't really looked at that, so we could look into that.
Yeah, it'd be good to coordinate with them as you move forward.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other council members, questions, concerns? Okay, I will now close the second of our 3 public hearings, and our next one will be at 5:55, 2 minutes. I will recommend everyone go on mute and come back in 2 minutes if that works. And we are joined by the mayor also. I see has joined us.
But I thought this public hearing started at 5:50.
Yeah, the time was 5:50.
Oops, yeah.
So we can start anytime.
I apologize. I thought it was 5:55. Okay, 5:50 is the final 3rd public hearing of our 3 public hearings. I apologize. And I was just informed that the Senate has adjourned. So that's good news for me because I was on call. So I will open up the 3rd public hearing and ask everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Mara, if you could do the roll call, that'd be great. Mara?
Sorry, I didn't realize I was on mute.
That's okay.
Councilmember Gully is absent. Councilmember Ash McPherson, I think,
Present.
stepped away for a minute. Oh, she's present, okay.
Present.
Councilmember Steele,
Present.
Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Zaluski,
Here.
Councilmember McDermott,
Here.
Council President Mantello.
Here.
6 present, none absent.
Council President Mantello, I move that the city council resolve itself into a committee of the whole. Our final public hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember Zaluski. Mara, can you please read the notice, publication notice, please?
Please take notice, the Troy City Council shall hold 3 public hearings in relation to changing the vehicle travel direction on 3 streets. Jacob Street from one-way westbound to one-way eastbound between River Street and King Street. Public hearing shall be held on July 23rd at 5:30 p.m. via video conference. State Street from one-way eastbound to two-way between First Street and Third Street. Public hearing shall be held on July 23rd at 5:45 p.m. via video conference. South River Street from two-way to one-way northbound between Main Street and Polk Street. The public hearing shall be held on July 23rd at 5:50 p.m. via video conference. As authorized under Governor Cuomo's executive orders, the public will not be permitted to attend the public hearing in person. Instead, the public will have the ability to see the hearing via the Troy City Council YouTube page as described below, as permitted by the New York State Open Meetings Law, as modified by the executive orders. Due to public health and safety concerns, the public will not be permitted to attend the remote locations where the city council members will be situated. If you have a computer, tablet, or smartphone, you can access the meeting at www.youtube.com/Troy City Council. Any person who wishes to provide comments on the proposed project can send them via email to cityclerk@troyny.gov or call 518-279-7134 by 4 p.m. on Thursday, July 23rd, 2020.
Okay, thank you, Mara. We will now open it up for public comments. Mara, have we received any public comments?
No, I did not receive any comments on this one.
Okay. Would any council members have any questions, concerns? We have our planning commissioner with us and economic development guru. Okay.
So-
Steve, would you
Sorry.
like to add anything? Sure.
Not really. This one's pretty straightforward. This is a very narrow street that I'm surprised it is two-way even right now. It was a requirement as part of the South Troy Industrial Road construction because we are adding sidewalks from Burden to the road across the railroad tracks. There was a DOT/CSX hearing on this issue, and one of the findings was that in order to allow for that crossing, the city was required to change the direction from two-way to one-way northbound. And actually, all the neighbors here were mailed. I spoke to a few of them about it, and they were actually fairly happy because there are speeding vehicles usually flying down the street southbound on the way to the jail. And so this should get rid of that issue for them. There was no objections to this change.
Perfect. Thank you, Steve. Any questions? All right, I will close the third public hearing. And we have about a minute and a half until our finance meeting. So we'll start in a couple minutes. Okay, hi, everybody. Jim still isn't joined us. The deputy mayor has joined us, thank you, and Andy is with us. Give it one more minute. Kim, can you give Jim a holler? Do you mind?
Okay.
Thank you. What I thought, while we're preparing, is that we will do the second
Excuse me.
quarter.
He's signing on right now.
Okay, great. We'll give it a minute then. We'll do the, obviously go by the agenda, but I'm thinking the comments, if everyone is okay, we'll do the legislation prior.
Council President,
Yes,
I certainly reading the comments today, several of them pertain to legislation. I think they should be read
I do.
before legislation, unfortunately. I think it's important that people have a chance to be heard before we move on any legislation.
absolutely. And honestly, I was doing it more for Andy, but that's fine. So we'll do the comments prior.
Sorry, Andy.
Rick Morrissey is with us also. Hello, Rick. Okay, I'm going to get it rolling, and I see Councilmember Gully has now joined us, and I see some folks do not have their video on. I'm not sure if that's on purpose or what. I truly would appreciate our council members at least to at least have the video on, if you don't mind doing that. Thank you. Councilmember Gully, do you mind?
Council President, I was waiting for the meeting to start.
Oh, I know, you're always with us. Councilmember Gully, do you mind video, or I can't make you, but. All right,
You gotta give me a couple minutes. I gotta figure this out.
okay. You'll
Just so you
still-
know, you don't show up at all on the YouTube if you don't have video enabled. So it does look better if everyone has a video.
Yes.
Figure Jim is scrambling to put some clothes on now.
Oh my gosh, TMI. Councilmember Steele says, time out. Okay, we're going to get the finance rolling. We have quite an agenda in front of us. I would ask everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And if you don't mind, Councilmember Ash McPherson, do you mind leading us in the pledge?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Ash McPherson. And I'll take a quick roll. Councilmember Gully.
He's here, but he's lost in cyberspace.
Oh, geez, he is not here. Officially, he is not showing up. We lost him. So Councilmember Gully hopefully rejoins us. Councilmember Ash McPherson,
Present. I'm not in cyber.
Councilmember Steele,
Present.
Councilmember Cummings,
Present.
Councilmember Zalewski,
Mayor?
and Councilmember McDermott.
Here.
Council President Mantello is here, and Councilmember Gully.
I am back.
All right, back from cyber world. Thank you for joining us. So we have 7 present, which is very nice. And we'll get the agenda rolling. Bear with me. All right, presentation of the agenda. We have quite a bit on our agenda this evening. We have a public forum, which I believe many comments we've received on a couple of our agenda items. Andy, our deputy comptroller, is going to give us a report on our second quarter. I don't think it's as grim as expected, but it is grim. Local laws, we don't have any ordinances. We have a number of ordinances and a few resolutions. And before we go into the public forum, I wanted to just take a minute out of our time to recognize someone that I think showed incredible strength and determination here in the city of Troy. Many of you may know Rabbit Riley. He is called Rabbit. He, over the weekend, lost his son, Nick Riley. Why I'm recognizing Nick this evening is if anyone is on social media, they probably saw after Nick was diagnosed with melanoma a few years ago, he regularly and every day had a message, and his messages were incredibly uplifting. He showed incredible determination. I would speak to Rabbit from time to time about Nick, and Rabbit would say they'll give him 3 months to live, and Nick defied all odds. Nick played Troy High football, many sports here in the city of Troy, Catholic High also. He leaves 2 beautiful children, Daly and Bub. And I thought that it would be wonderful if we could, just recognize just an incredible person that showed incredible strength. And I called him our gladiator here in the city of Troy. And then number 2, just take a moment of silence and my heartfelt condolences. And I believe for all of us, go out to Rabbit, his mother, and most importantly, his 2 children. Nick was a great father, a friend, a son, an athlete, and a true Trojan. And he loved Troy from the bottom of his heart. So Nick, we're going to miss you. I hope you're looking down, and I say Skittles up, Nick. If anyone would see Nick's daily messages, Nick loved his Skittles and would say Skittles up every morning. So if we could just take a moment of silence for Nick. Thank you, everyone, and rest in peace, my friend Nick, and Skittles up. Okay, we will get the agenda rolling. We have public forum, and Mara and I are going to split the public comments. So Mara, if you want to lead off, and then I'll take over, just let me know what name you'd like me to take over at, okay?
All right, thank you. I would mention I had a handful of other emails from people who either did not specify that it was for the public forum or did not provide their address. So just for people watching on YouTube, because I do have comments from people who specifically say they don't want them read out loud, I cannot assume that they are to be read out loud. So if people could just please make sure to say it's for the public forum, and also please provide your address. We're not reading the house number on YouTube, but we do need to know the address per the council rules. So just to make sure that your comment gets in by 5 p.m. Okay. So I will start off. Dear City Council, I'm writing to consider the benefits of reducing the police budget and using that money for social benefit. Please vote no to Ordinance 46 and 55. Do not raise the police salaries and/or benefits, and do not give them more equipment. We want to see a significant effort towards defunding the Troy Police Department, which, as every police department in the USA, have shown that they are incapable of learning or changing their systemic, well-entrenched culture of racism. What are you waiting for to act? Are you waiting until another Black person is murdered by Troy police and gets caught on camera to make the national news? We demand justice for Edson Thevenin and Demique McDonald and compensation for their families. When are you going to disclose information regarding the 2016 murder of Edson Thevenin? I have been a resident and property owner in Troy since 2003, and I own a business in Troy. It is a historical time to make real change now and not to waste everyone's time and energy with ineffectual committees. Rafael Varela, Hill Street. To the Troy City Council, during last week's meeting, the opportunity to de-obligate some of the Troy PD responsibilities came up. Ordinance 46, amending the 2020 general fund budget to accept funds from the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services for the purpose of gun-involved violence elimination, GIVE, points to a missed opportunity. The GIVE program was created to allocate state funding to evidence-based approaches for reducing gun violence. In picking from the menu of investment options, Troy PD wrote the grant to spend nearly $200,000 on hotspot policing and field intelligence. Where is the investment in street outreach? What about crime prevention through environmental design? The Troy PD has one perspective of how to reduce gun violence, and their perspective is at odds with the numbers. According to Giffords Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence, GIVE areas have observed reductions in shootings ranging from 7% to 35% following implementation. Compare that to the nearly 60% reduction for Operation Snug. Unlike GIVE, Operation Snug exclusively supports the Cure Violence model of violence reduction, which requires significantly less involvement from law enforcement and greater emphasis on street outreach work. At last week's meeting, Councilperson Ash McPherson spoke about gun violence within the Black community, contrasting it with police violence against Black people. Black lives matter, whether they are being taken from us in the form of state-sanctioned violence or eruptions of violence from oppressive conditions. How our city allocates funding from programs like GIVE has a real effect on the safety of our Black community members. What role does the council play in overseeing how these grants are written? We can do better. Melissa Bromley, Springwood Manor, Troy, New York. P.S. Here's a link to Giffords Law Center's full paper. She provides the link. It's worth reading and thinking critically about how we approach gun violence in our community. Note that at the time this paper was published, the numbers quoted above were initial results and formal evaluations were still pending. I wasn't able to find more up-to-date figures. Dear City Council members, my name is Maggie Mang, and I am a resident of Troy, New York, living at 4th Street. I moved to Troy about a year ago to start graduate school at RPI. Beyond being a student, I also am regularly involved with Oakwood Community Center, and I'm finding additional ways to be of service to this community in realms surrounding food and racial justice. I am writing to you to encourage you to immediately freeze additional funding for the Troy Police Department and reallocate $10 million from the Troy Police budget to community services and projects led by and centering Black communities most impacted by violent policing. The current budget as it stands is overbloated, allocating too much money to police departments at the expense of sectors such as public health, education, and housing. Instead, Troy PD should be redistributed to these sectors listed: public health, education, and housing, areas most urgently needing bolstered support as our global pandemic and rates of unemployment severely impact issues such as reopening of schools, rent, and healthcare. Funding these areas rather than siphoning even more unnecessary resources to the Troy PD is what will actually support and make safer our communities. I am writing in solidarity and support with the demands of Troy for Black Lives. The council has done nothing to address these demands, which, if the historic rally of 11,000 people last month indicated anything, is long overdue. The City Council continues to be complicit in the murder and harm of Black people in Troy. We remember the lynching of Edson Thevenin and the attempted murder of Demique McDonald by Troy police, as well as the egregious cover-up by Mayor Madden, district attorneys, and other Troy officials. Once again, I urge the City Council to defund Troy Police and use that money to invest in our communities, actions that will actually serve to support, protect, and uplift the constituents you purport to serve. Sincerely, Maggie Mang, 4th Street. The next one is addressed specifically to Councilmember Steele. Ms. Steele, I wrote to you 2 weeks ago asking you to support Troy for Black Lives in their call for a civilian review board with subpoena power and representation of no less than 60% of people most impacted by police violence, and to divert those at risk entering the criminal justice system towards community-based treatment alternatives. Your response and the response of the council is both underwhelming and disappointing. In response to calls to defund the police, you suggest holding listening sessions for a number of months. This does not respond properly to this moment and pretends that you need to hear more voices. 11,000 people rallied in early June in support of Black Lives. Your community is speaking clearly to you now. Listen now and not later. We need to defund current police systems in favor of more empathetic community alternatives. With this in mind, you will be voting on Ordinance 46 and Ordinance 55. Ordinance 46 supports the GIVE grant, which supports hiring more officers and provides more equipment to the police. Ordinance 55 approves 3 additional police administrators. To be clear, these ordinances do not defund the police, and they do not favor community alternatives. In short, they are deaf to the calls of your constituents. Please do not support these ordinances. Please listen to the requests of the Black community in Troy. Thank you, Scott Stafford, 15th Street between Jacobs and Peoples Ave. Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Jennifer Cardinal, and I live in Troy and teach at RPI. My husband and I moved to Troy a year ago and have been happy to put down roots and call this community home. I felt inspired and hopeful to see so many neighbors out among the 11,000 who came out to support Black Lives Matter. Now it's time for our local institutions to support the changes our community is demanding. The excessive Troy Police Department budget should be redistributed to support community organizations like Troy for Black Lives and the Oakwood Community Center and provide resources for our community. The city must take this opportunity to support the needs of the community. There are strong organizations leading clear initiatives. All we need from you is a reallocation of resources to make them a reality and create a more vibrant community. It is important because if we don't all prioritize care for our community, we will continue to be divided and unable to function to support the needs of Troy residents. Excuse me. We need strong social institutions we can believe in right now. This is a turning point, a moment where the city has a chance to listen to residents and respond to their needs. I urge you to listen and respond now. Invest in Black communities, support the education, employment, housing, childcare, well-being, and sustainability of our community. Sincerely, Jennifer Cardinal, Bleecker Avenue, Troy. I am writing to state my support for the City of Troy's Police Department, and I am very much opposed to any legislation that may defund this department. I reside at 4th Street in South Troy, and I see firsthand how our policemen and women are constantly dealing with various incidents and also the increase in gun violence in our city. I can't understand how someone could contemplate and support such legislation to cut funding and think this would be a positive move for our city residents. I have family who serve on the police department and the fire department as well, and I constantly worry for their safety. I believe, and many others that I have spoken with, all very strongly feel now more than ever that we need to support and back the blue. Therefore, I wholeheartedly oppose any legislation defunding our police and risking the safety of the residents within the city of Troy. Most sincerely, Darcy Casey, 4th Street. Dear City Council members, county legislatures, I am a resident of Troy in the Cedar Park apartment complex between Lavin and 21st Street. I have lived in this city for almost 6 years now and regularly participate in many community events. I am writing to encourage you to immediately freeze additional funding for the Troy Police Department and reallocate $10 million from the Troy Police Department budget to community services and projects led by and centering Black communities most impacted by violent policing. The excessive Troy Police Department budget should be redistributed to community centers for youth involvement, after-school activities for middle school and high school students, community art programs, enhancing events like the Farmers Market and Enchanted City with more community activity, etc. It is important for officers and their community to have great levels of trust and respect for each other. Recent national and local events have eroded that trust because of over-enforcement, arrest quotas, and hiring practices based on historical data that keeps systemic racism alive. I am writing in solidarity and support with the demands for Troy for Black Lives. The City Council has done nothing to address these demands, nor the historic rally last month of 11,000 people. The City Council continues to be complicit in the murder and harm of Black people in Troy. We remember the lynching of Edson Thevenin and the attempted murder of Demique McDonald by Troy police, as well as the subsequent cover-ups by Mayor Madden, district attorneys, and other Troy officials. Defund Troy Police now, invest in Black communities. Sincerely, Ross Siegel, Cedar Park Apartments. Dear City Council, I am a Troy resident who demands that the police are defunded in our area and across the country, and that these funds are directed back into communities most affected by police brutality, working class Black and Indigenous communities. We know that prison and police are systems we know that prison and police are systems needing complete transformation into restorative justice systems, and when funds are redirected into healthcare, housing, job opportunities, education, etc., we all flourish. I do not support Ordinance 46. A quarter of the city's budget goes to putting people in cages. This is a disgrace and inhuman to the core. So here we all sit in the afterlife of a slave society voting on Ordinance 55 to approve contracts and salaries for 3 police administrators between $120,000 and $130,000. When you put money into the police state, you are refunding a system built to control and punish Black people. We need to defund the police and redirect those funds back into our community. Instead of ignoring the realities of our country and collective, let's come together to support our community by putting Black liberation at the center of our focus. Because when Black people get free, everybody gets free. I love Troy and its residents. Let's come together and be leaders for the nation to follow in transforming our society into one that supports our people. Sincerely, Aiden Bardos, 3rd Street, Troy. To the Troy City Council, I'm happy for the opportunity to send my thoughts for tonight's meeting as you consider Ordinance 46 and 55. I am writing as a Troy resident on behalf of myself and my family, a 1-year-old baby girl and my husband. We live on 15th Street between Jacobs and Peoples. I would like to invite you to consider the purpose of public institutions, which is to create safe and vibrant places in which to enjoy our lives and raise our families. Our goal should be to strengthen our local community and economy such that Troy residents have the support we need to build thriving citizens and families. Our goal should be for police presence to get smaller and smaller instead of larger and larger. The highest purpose of a police department should be to help support a community in moments of true crisis, lending specialized skill when no other option is available. Accepting additional funding from the state of New York to increase police headcount and add new weapons into our community is not how we would like public dollars spent. Please reject Ordinance 46 and set an example for other towns in the state of New York who should be rooting public investment into community services like childcare, education, green spaces, and local food systems, not into an increasingly heavy police force. In regards, in regards to Ordinance 55, I invite you to consider that the 2017 median household income in Troy was $40,911. And she provides a link to that reference. I deeply believe that workers deserve a living wage and wish this number was higher, but approving salaries and contract provisions that would allocate between $120,000 and $130,000 each to just 3 Troy Police Department administrators feels egregious and unjust, given, again, the need for additional resources to be spent on direct community support. Please remember that the police department exists to support the community and not the other way around. To highlight the excess of this idea, consider that according to the U.S. Census, law enforcement workers are already among the highest paid workers in Troy. This money is needed elsewhere. We understand that it isn't as simple as rejecting this ordinance and rerouting the money elsewhere, but it is the duty of local government to act in alignment with data and principles, and in this case, both would suggest rejecting adding more public dollars to resourcing the police. Please reject Ordinance 55. We have enormous gratitude to the community members in Troy who have welcomed us and helped us get up to speed with direct engagement in local politics. In case it is not clear, there is a large and growing group of passionate and able organizers here who are resolved to interrogate our local institutions until the demands of Troy for Black Lives are met. We have so much energy for this work, and you will continue hearing from us until our communities are safe for us all, or we will do everything in our power to unseat you in future elections. With gratitude for your consideration and time, Vanessa Arcara, 15th Street. Dear City Council members, I am a resident of Troy residing on Sherman Avenue and am writing to discourage you from passing Ordinance 46 and Ordinance 55. Following the historic rally of last month of 11,000 people, I was at first encouraged to see and hear all of the support for the Black Lives Matter movement. However, in the weeks that followed, the City Council has done nothing to address the demands of Troy for Black Lives. In fact, Ordinance 46 and Ordinance 55 are in direct opposition to these demands. I am shocked to hear that a department that already receives a quarter of the city budget requires even more funding to be effective. Instead of passing these 2 resolutions, I urge you instead to invest in local parks and recreation programs, additional community-based youth programs, and the restoration of abandoned properties. As a recent homeowner, I feel a strong sense of duty to the exploited communities that will suffer if we do not show our support. Please do your part to ensure that Troy comes out on the positive side of history. Sincerely, Emily Olson, Sherman Avenue. Hello, I am writing to oppose Resolution 46 and Resolution 55. I think he means Ordinance 46 and 55. We need more services and less policing in Troy. We need youth employment and programs. We need mental health counselors and healthcare workers. We need affordable housing and childcare. I live in Troy, I volunteer in Troy, I shop in Troy. We need a government that listens to the people. Mark Emanathian, I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing that, South Lake Avenue, Troy.
Mark Emanation.
Emanation, thank you. South Lake Avenue, Troy. Dear City Council members, my name is Adam Cybulski, owner and resident of Parkview Court in the Albion neighborhood of Troy. We have long been told that the city's prior poor fiscal management and debts are the reason for reduced services in our community. However, it is increasingly clear that our bloated police budget is the more pressing strain on our finances. I am aware that tonight you are voting on 2 ordinances that will even further increase the Troy PD budget through a grant from the state and through overgenerous contracts equating to almost $1 million in pay and benefits for a mere 3 administrators. I am requesting you vote down both of these proposals and work towards reallocating $10 million from the Troy PD budget towards the city services, especially focusing on increasing funding for parks and recreation and youth mentorship programs. Mayor Madden, in a public letter, asserted that Troy should be proud to add its voice to that outcry that Black Lives Do Matter on June 7th. On June 7th, 11,000 people marched in Troy to deliver you all that exact message. Any council member voting to increase policing in our fair city is sending a clear message back to those 11,000 people that their voices have not been heard. Rest assured that that message will be remembered in the next election. Empty words and platitudes will not stand in the place of substantive changes. We remember the lynching of Edson Thevenin and the attempted murder of Demique McDonald by Troy police, as well as the subsequent cover-ups by Mayor Madden, district attorneys, and other Troy officials. We will remember them still in November. Adam Cybulski, Parkview Court. Dear City Council members, county legislators, I am Jamie Drosdal, a resident of Troy at 2nd Street. I came to Troy 7 years ago as an RPI student and became an official resident just last year. As a student at RPI, we were always told to avoid certain areas of Troy because they were bad. We were told to accept that these communities are poor off and focus on the historic downtown small business district. Our freshman orientation activities focused on only this portion of Troy, leading us to believe that this is representative of Troy. I remember the first time driving to Snowman's years later thinking, wow, this is still Troy? There were entire sections of the town and communities that I was completely unaware of. Was this intentional? Probably. There is a fear of our inner communities, and we are associating their needs for services as a need for policing. I want to say that again, we are associating the community's needs for services as a need for policing. We're depicting these communities as being composed of criminals and not as full of our own brothers and sisters. Today, I'm writing to encourage you to immediately freeze additional funding for the Troy Police Department and reallocate $10 million from the Troy Police Department budget to community services and projects led by and centering Black communities most impacted by violent policing. I do not support Ordinance 46, nor do I support Ordinance 55. I spoke with a sergeant on duty for the Troy Police Department yesterday to complain about 3 separate instances where 1 or more officers were not wearing masks while they were interacting with community members. There is a basic measure of safety for our communities that officers are not taking. How can we trust these officers when they can't even wear a mask when talking to our neighbors and community members? Wearing a mask is a basic measure of respect for the community, and the police officers cannot even do that. In the conversation with the sergeant, he made the comment that I did not sound like someone who would be arrested. When I pressed him what that meant, what did I sound like, or how does someone who's likely to be arrested sound, he told me I was reading too much into it. However, the fact that he is not looking into his own comments shows how these biases are thriving in the Troy Police Department. He became defensive instead of taking a moment to reflect on how his words come across to his community. Experiences like this are why I do not believe the Troy Police Department deserves more funding or more officers. I believe the excessive Troy Police Department budget should be redistributed to the youth in our community, ensuring that they have access to youth employment, safe parks, safe recreational activities, and reliable transportation methods. I also think the money should go back into restoring abandoned properties to ensure low-income housing. It breaks my heart to see brand-new expensive apartments going up on 4th Street when you pass blocks of abandoned buildings all over Troy. I do not believe that the Troy Police Department needs more money, nor do they need more officers policing our streets. Instead of making our current officers stronger and better at their job, they want to add to their army and rely on intimidation tactics. As a white woman, I have never felt Troy Police Department was approachable. They don't wave or say hello when you pass them. At the Troy Rally for Black Lives, one of the speakers called for officers to introduce themselves and get to know the people in their communities better. What is Troy Police Department doing to answer her call? From my experiences, they don't even smile at me when they make eye contact driving by. I am writing in solidarity and support with the demands of Troy for Black Lives. The City Council has done nothing to address these demands, nor the historic rally last month of 11,000 people. The City Council continues to be complicit in the murder and harm of Black people in Troy. The lynching of Edson Thevenin and the attempted murder of Demique McDonald by Troy police, as well as the subsequent cover-ups by Mayor Madden, district attorneys, and other Troy officials, will not be forgotten or ignored. Defund Troy Police now, invest in Black communities. Sincerely, Jamie Drosdale, 2nd Street. In regards to Ordinance 46, I would like to suggest, instead of doing the exact opposite of what protesters have called for, we should forego funding more people with batons, taser, pepper spray, and of course guns, and seek to reduce gun violence with more community-minded solutions. Since we have approved a group to cover just these kinds of topics, maybe we can wait for them, maybe we can wait to allow them to give a better answer than give. In regards to Ordinance 55, I take issues with a few elements here. Firstly, that as we call for defunding the police, the pay and benefits being offered to them make much of the rest of Troy look like peasantry. But more importantly, I do not think we should be encouraging overtime from anyone in our police department due to a number of studies concluding that overwork and lack of sleep increase implicit bias and worsen decision-making skills. I will add a link to a site that's collected this research if any of you want to check my sources. We do not need to hand over this much money to our police. As someone who knows several people who were negatively impacted by police showing up to what should be non-police related jobs like welfare checks, I believe we at least need to narrow their role. Zach Guthrie, 8th Avenue, Troy, and he included a link to the source that he used. Hello, my name is Zachary Hayes. I live on 4th Street in Troy. I have lived in Troy for 3 years and attended college here for 4 years prior to that. I love and respect this community and ask the City Council to respect the community by listening to the concerns that continue to be brought forth. I am writing to ask the members of the City Council to vote against Ordinance 46 and Ordinance 55. It is time for the Mayor and City Council to listen to demands of the community and take action to defund the police and redistribute that funding to the community. Under no circumstances should the city be increasing the police budget at this time. The city should be listening to community demands such as the following demands as listed by Troy for Black Lives. Increased budget to ensure that 100% of our youth are eligible to participate in summer and fall youth employment. Increased budget in our parks and recreation to ensure all pools are open and safe for our families and children. Restoration of abandoned properties to ensure housing for our low-income and homeless population. Funding to ensure youth mentorship and apprenticeship. The way to prevent crime never has been and never will be aggressive policing. If we want to address these problems, we need to address the issues of social and economic inequality that exist within our community. Zachary Hayes, 4th Street, Troy. To the members of this council and the administration, my name is Dara Silberman. I am a Troy resident, farmer, and food justice advocate. For the last 3 years, I have grown and managed a food project in the Ironworks neighborhood of South Troy at 2nd Street. I am a constituent of District 6, represented by Councilperson Eileen McDermott. It's hard for me to believe with any sincerity that the GIVE program will be at all effective in curbing the gun violence that exists in Troy. First and foremost, the police have shown themselves as an entity to be deadly and dangerous with their own guns through the killing of Edson Thevenin and the near-fatal shooting of Demique McDonald. They have shown that they are not capable of enforcing any sort of accountability among their officers in response to excessive uses of force, such as the incidents above. Rather, they have exposed themselves as an organization committed first to their own preservation, to their own PR campaign. Justice, rule of law, and community service don't seem to rank highly on the list of responsibilities, particularly in my South Troy neighborhood. It's painful to see our city's administration and city council collaborate in covering up the injustices inflicted on my community, particularly through the harassment of my Black and brown neighbors. I strongly urge this council, particularly my councilperson Eileen McDermott, to reject Ordinance 46. If this body wanted to curb gun violence, it would elect to invest in properly funded housing and community services. Despite already spending over a quarter of this city's budget on policing, we are still experiencing rising gun violence. You can choose to be the council that continues the legacy of funding police at the expense of all other services, or you can choose to be the council that invests in people, not punishment. If this council were truly committed to curbing gun violence in this city, you would start with the violators on your payroll. Earlier this year, as each city department was asked to tighten its budget, the police budget remained largely unchanged. Officers were denied raises, but each was able to keep their job. Other departments, however, experienced layoffs and significant budget cuts in addition to stagnating salaries. I see Ordinance 55 as a direct insult to the people of this city, providing a backdoor for giving raises to the police administrators at a time when other departments are asked to cut services, at a time when the city will lay off every reading teacher in the schools. On June 7, 2020, Troy for Black Lives organized the biggest rally this city has ever seen. Their demands are clear, have been clear for years. The deafening silence ringing from the council and administration in response to these demands has been staggering. Rather than act on or even respond to any of the direct demands of the organizers, you have chosen to attempt to placate a crowd hungry for justice with crumbs. I hope you see the rising tide of people who will not be satisfied with anything less than substantial action. Your committees and review boards, without the powers we demand are just more stumbling blocks for us. We don't need research or fact-finding. The research is there and the facts have been found. We need action. We need teeth. I urge you to vote no on both Ordinances 46 and 55. I urge you to begin funding community development initiatives for our neighborhoods that will provide opportunities and stable services. These are the true violence prevention strategies. In his letter to the public, Mayor Madden insisted that Black lives do matter. How is this council holding the mayor to his word? Ask yourself what you're doing to put resources into Black communities so that we can overcome violence together. Thank you for your consideration. Dara Silberman, 2nd Street Farm. That is halfway through, so I will pass off to Council President Mantello, starting with Ellie Irons.
Thank you, Mara. Here we go, folks. Dear council members, my name is Ellie Irons. I live with my husband and young child on 9th Street in Troy. This is the third time I've written to you in recent weeks because, along with many of my fellow community members, I am still frustrated and disappointed by your failure to act quickly and decisively for real change around racially unjust policing in Troy. My statement today is specifically against Ordinances 46 and 55, but my prior comments urging to reference and respond to the demands put forth by Troy for Black Lives are still relevant. Regarding the ordinances under consideration today, please do not support Ordinance 56 in support of GIVE program funding for the Troy Police Department. While this New York State grant program is focused on reducing gun violence, it has been used by other police departments to hire additional officers and equipment and increase police presence in already over-policed neighborhoods. As many have noted, there are other ways to ensure the safety and health of communities beyond additional police presence. Greater funding for mental health and crisis intervention services could go a long way towards reducing the perceived need for heavy police presence in neighborhoods where community members are already traumatized by police brutality. In contrast with the approach of the GIVE program, Programs like SNUG, described as a public health approach to addressing gun violence, have an emphasis on street outreach and much less active role for police. One, the SNUG approach has the potential to reduce gun violence dramatically, as shown by a 2017 report on the program in the Bronx and East Brooklyn. Two, I also urge you to vote against Ordinance 55, providing additional funding for police administrative and officer salaries. Again, the upwelling of support for defunding police departments or deobligating them, as was mentioned last week, demands freezing and shrinking the budget of the Troy PD, not issuing raises, but then providing a loophole through which officers can earn time and a half over 90 hours reveals a disingenuous approach to this issue. We're calling for real, systematic, and far-reaching change. You can start today rather than slowing this process down with a work group while simultaneously supporting an increased budget for the police department. Thank you for your time and consideration, Ellen Irons, and in your letters, you'll see 2 websites which Ellie Irons refers you to. Dear council members, I'm writing as a resident of 2nd Street between Jefferson and Adams in Troy, New York. I'm disappointed in the council's failure to address the demands of Troy for Black Lives. I'm even more disappointed to learn of 2 new mechanisms proposed to add to the Troy PD's already outsized as compared to education, etc. budget. Ordinance 55 includes the authorization of comp time for police officers at the rate of 1.5 hours per hour. This means that City Hall is spending money on an entirely new benefit for the city's police officers when demands for fun, community-based and driven solutions have seen no real movement from this council. In addition, the consideration of Ordinance 46 would also funnel more funding into a police department that has proven to be both violent against the community and largely above the law. I strongly suggest that the council not only increase funding sources from the city or state, but follow the will of the people and channel funding for TPD to accountable community-based programs that center those most impacted by systemic oppression and violence. The police already received $20.7 million a year, a quarter of the city's budget. It is with this budget that they have harassed and abused Black people in this city for years. The solution to gun violence is well-funded and supported community services, not more policing, not an increased budget for the TPD. Thank you for your time and consideration. I sincerely hope you will do what is right, and that is Lyndon Horvath, 2nd Street. We are facing 2 major problems as a city and as a nation at this time: a global health pandemic and police brutality, specifically the murder of Black individuals at the hands of the police. It is therefore shocking to see in our 2020 budget that the least amount of money will be spent on public health and the most will be spent on police. In specific regards to Ordinances 46 and Ordinance 45, I fail to see how we can give a penny more to the Troy Police Department at a time when there is already so much distrust in the police, when there is a public outcry for the abolishment of the police, and when it's been proven that additional officers, more equipment, and increased policing lead to more violence. Until we have real reform that involves community input, money should be spent elsewhere. How could anyone think this is the time to give more money to the police? Other communities and cities across New York State and the country are envisioning and beginning to act on ideas for reform. Does Troy have no creative vision for a better future for all of its citizens? I see nothing thus far to indicate that our city government is in any way actively trying to understand the needs and concerns of the communities most affected by police violence. When will Mayor Patrick Madden issue a timeline addressing Governor Cuomo's executive order number 203 on police reform and state funding? When will we have a public safety meeting to discuss police reform? When will you give the Police Objective Review Board subpoena power? How are you responding with action to the 11,000 person rally held in support of Black Lives Matter? meet with and meet the demands of Troy for Black Lives, read and reread the Dear Mayor Madden letter, Justice for Edson Thevenin, Justice for Jimmy McDonald, Black Lives Matter. Thank you, Jennifer Bartels, 2nd Street. Dear City Council members, my name is Raquel Valho, and I am a resident of Troy. I write today regarding ordinances 46 and 55, regarding funding for the Troy Police Department and new contracts and salaries for 3 administrative positions within TPD. It is disheartening that after 4 council meetings in a row of sustained support for Troy for Black Lives in the public forum, I find myself having to write another letter to you regarding your continuous affirmation for police in our city and lack of imagination of new just futures for Black residents. Council, you continue to be called time and again to become bolder in your moves. We have yet to hear you say the names of Edson Thevenin and Demick McDonald to affirm the ways in which systemic racism is also prevalent in our city and how it manifests in police brutality locally. Between your lackluster resolution last week to create a committee whose nomination process and tasks remain vague, and these ordinances today, it is clear that this council is being purposeful in its disregard to the calls for police transparency, accountability, and defunding. As we know, there's nothing stopping the city council, and especially our so-called progressive Democrat majority, to act. Many of us have read to you the Troy for Black Lives demands, many of which you can move quickly to respond to. We are not wavering in our resolve to support our demands. I ask that until you have responded to the Troy for Black Lives demands and proposed progressive resolutions that affirm those demands, you refrain from increasing our city's already substantive expenditures in policing. Thank you, Raquel Valho, 4th Street, Troy. Hello, my name is Rhea Drysdale. I live on Massachusetts Avenue in Troy. I am writing in support of Troy for Black Lives demands for the city of Troy and to urge you to vote against Ordinance 46 and support the Troy Police receiving New York State grant funds through the GIVE program. After reading the GIVE Initiative and Crime Analysis Center Network's materials on their site, it became abundantly clear that the culture of these police departments dictates the use and effectiveness of funding. I'd like to call attention to the tone and implementation differences between the Monroe County Sheriff's Office and the Buffalo Police Department. Todd Baxter, Sheriff with Monroe County Sheriff's Office, said the New York State GIVE Initiative provides resources enabling the Monroe County law enforcement community to target violent criminals and those possessing weapons in a coordinated effort to reduce violent crime in Monroe County. The ultimate goal of this partnership is to support targeted firearm and violent crime reduction efforts within Monroe County. By partnering with DCJS, the Monroe County Sheriff's Office is able to use GIVE funding to support the salaries of sheriff's criminal investigator assigned to MCAC, a road patrol deputy assigned to the Monroe County Firearm Project, and a jail deputy assigned to the Jail Intelligence Unit. Funding also supports overtime costs of the sheriff's participation in joint anti-crime efforts, long-term investigations, targeted offender details, warrant details, and a hotspot policing details with the other GIVE agency partners. In comparison, Barbara Lark, Deputy Police Commissioner with Buffalo Police Department, said, while we are still working to reduce the impact of gun violence in Buffalo, we are pleased to report that the 2 hotspots identified at the very start of the GIVE initiative showed dramatic improvement in 2018. The total firearm crime in these areas fell by 10% and 8% compared to an overall citywide increase, which sparks to the effectiveness of these strategies. As a result of GIVE funding, we have been able to deploy additional resources to those areas, identify high-risk individuals suited for custom notification visits, and host a series of community events. Our street outreach partners, SNUG and the Peacemakers, have played a major role in helping us strengthen relationships between police and community. There's a significant and violent difference between the Monroe County Sheriff's Office use of force and salaries in Buffalo PD's community events and SNUG and Peacemaker outreach. Until we have a statement from the Troy Police Department outlining how these funds will be earmarked for the community in line with Troy for Black Lives demands, this should not be supported by the City Council. It is wishful and ignorant thinking that will turn a blind eye to the systemic racism and cultural of cover-ups and fraternal order that exists in our police force today. Additionally, Ordinance 55 should not be approved. While I support the safety and efficiency of the police department, we know the Troy Police Department is operating out of step with the needs of the community and has yet to address how it will reform the department. Meanwhile, diverted police funds have not been discussed publicly or earmarked for community safety and opportunity. There should also be a visible and stated approach to how the City of Troy will reduce rates of incarceration for BIPOC, homeless, mentally ill, and disabled person. The City Council should also acknowledge the unjustifiable murder of Edson Thevenin by then Troy Police Officer Randall French, which was subsequently covered up by Mayor Madden, Rensselaer County DA Joel Avalov, and the entire official structure of the City of Troy, including the police department, the City Council, and the legal department. 2, admit wrongdoing by the city in the murder of Edson Thevenin, the shooting of Demeke McDonald, and in exonerating the perpetrators and covering up, justifying, and defending these acts. Pledge by City Council resolution to revisit and undo the cover-up, secrecy, and defense of these 2 acts of extreme racist police violence. And refuse to continue to participate in the cover-up, defense, and publicly reveal the contents of the secret report about Edson Thevenin's murder. Amend or pass a new resolution for developing a plan in response to Black Lives Matter. Incorporate into the plan specific references to the demands of Troy for Black Lives as reiterated and amplified by the 11,000 people who rallied to the cause of Black Lives in Troy on June 7th, 2020. And lastly, acknowledge that rally was a response to police violence here in Troy and commit to a process of implementing the changes demanding. Thank you, Rhea Drysdale, Massachusetts Ave, Troy. My name is Angela Beeler. I'm a Troy resident living in the Hillside neighborhood with my partner and child. I'm writing to address tonight's council vote on ordinances 46 and 55. In late May, George Floyd was killed by Officer George Chauvin, while Officers Tao Thao and Thomas Lane and J. Alexander Kuhn aided and abetted these heinous crimes. What brought the police to that bodega in Minneapolis on that day, George Floyd supposedly paid at that bodega with a counterfeit $20 bill. Today, the news reports that Officer George Chauvin has been charged with felony tax evasion for more than $38,000. This case and the horrific murder of George Floyd have made clear to so very many that there is and has been a crisis in U.S. policing. This crisis is largely borne by Black and Brown communities in this country. I raise Chauvin's charge of tax evasion to highlight the grave inequity produced when so-called justice is taken into the hands of law enforcement by force in our communities. We don't need to look outside of Troy for cases of police violence that remain unchallenged by all levels of Troy administration. For instance, the 2016 murder of Edson Thevenin or the 2017 shooting of Demeke McDonald. Something must change. This moment of heightened attention to systemic racism and police violence should cause us to re-examine what role the police should play in this city, rather than extending additional funding in Ordinance 46, which includes the hiring of additional officers, the purchase of new equipment, and an increase of policing in hotspots already heavily policed neighborhoods. The city should consider a redistribution of funding to community services. Additionally, Ordinance 55 increases benefits for police officers without any intention for City Council or the Mayor's office to substantively address the problems of police violence in this city. Organizations such as Troy for Black Lives have put forward demands that have not yet been addressed by the City Council. The reimagined Troy Community Services Justice Service Working Group was created last week. I implore you to consider that you cannot really honor and uplift Black lives without addressing the long violent crisis in policing, particularly that in our own city. Troy needs to take these vast sums of money and apply them to community services, not more policing. Thank you, Angela Beeler, Jacob Street, Troy, New York. Dear Troy City Council, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, this is a public comment for the 7/23/20 City Council meeting. My name is Silva Menard. I'm a resident of Troy on Fifth Ave. As of today, Thursday, July 23rd, 2020, I'm writing to encourage you to freeze all additional funding for the police department. I'm writing in opposition of both Ordinance 46 and Ordinance 55. At $20.7 million annually, the current police budget is nearly 1/4 of the almost $75 million Troy, New York 2020 city budget. As a resident of our city, I encourage you to reallocate $10 million into community services led by and centering Black communities most impacted by violent policing. If your intention for our community is harm prevention and protection, not punishment of race and class, then the issues of poverty and generations of trauma needs different tools and resources besides increased policing. Would you hire a fox to patch a hole in a chicken coop? Of course not. You'd have to bring in someone else and stop trusting the fox. Every morning you come out and have lost more of your flock to a fox. Your handyman shows up and you have not realized once that he's the fox in disguise. Today he starts patching the hole, and for some reason it doesn't resolve your losses. Telling Troy and the Black community that increasing the police administration salary and adding more police programs is compatible with Black Lives Matter is like telling the chickens that the fox just needs bigger teeth and more food to punish the violence happening inside the chicken coop. The chickens sure don't believe you, and it doesn't solve the problem. You might convince the cows or pigs who aren't the targets of the fox in the first place that giving more resources to the fox stops the chickens from killing each other. What action are you taking to stop the damage? Or what action are you taking that magnifies the damage? Every decision that gives more resources to the fox kills more chickens under your very nose. How can you advocate and legislate for more community, for your community, including those whose skin is a different color? You are the City Council, the representatives of the people. 11,000 peaceful and disciplined angry people marched in the streets last month. These 11,000 people were respectful of our city that had done its best to re-traumatize every Black man, woman, and child and every other human by boarding up every piece of glass in anticipation of the rally. The police spread rumors about violence in the capital region, adding fuel to the flames of an already tense situation. It's time to spread some other resources to the areas most in need. The hens know the problem, but you keep asking the pigs, the foxes, and the cows what the problem is. The chickens are sick and tired and cold and wet, and they keep being told the fox is their friend, that the fox will fix their problems, but they need more resources. The chickens know full well that no fox or pig is going to provide more than scraps and temporary illusions of protection. Look to Troy for Black lives. Look to all of us. An angry Black woman or an angry Black man is not dangerous to you as a human. Anger is justified here. Anger is not violence. This damage has been done to the Black community for decades. When you, City Council and Mayor, actually listen to your 11,000 protesters, it does get dangerous to the corporate entities and foxes that profit off their backs. Somehow the farmers seem to benefit when they protect these interests. And that is the biggest shame here. At nearly a quarter of the entire city annual budget, every year the city employees, the Troy Police benefit off the need for policing justified by violence in the community. But police departments are not established to prevent violence. They're most effective at policing, not at taking care of a community. It's not enough to say that Black Lives Matter. What will you do that shows it? When will Black lives truly matter? You'll reach out to the angry Black men and women and listen to what they say and include them in the leadership of change. Here's what they say. Invest in Black communities. Invest in Black communities with the goal of raising the Black community up. Don't bring in a white business that can help. Do bring in the young Black leadership that has been shut down for 3 years. They're angry and rightfully so. Acknowledge their anger. Include them in change. It's not time to approve salaries, hefty benefits, and illegitimate overtime for the chief, deputy, and assistant police when our communities are hungry getting scraps of food. That's just my opinion. You'll have to bring in others who live this every day to know more. Sincerely, Sylvan Menard, 5th Ave, Troy. Hello, as a constituent, I'd like to voice my opposition to the implementation of Ordinance 46 and 55. The citizens of Troy need action in the form of funding, community aid and support, mental health resources, investment in the arts, and de-escalation mediation training as the primary means of conflict resolution and community safety. Diverting more funding to police budgets and salaries is a grave misuse of resources and does not rectify, even exacerbates the problems we see at hand. I urge the council members and our leaders to consult with community leaders and the leadership of organizations such as Troy for Black Lives, as outlined in the literature from the working group to reimagine justice services, or Justice for Demeke, for comprehensive strategies and actionable plans for how reallocation of these resources serves the greater good of the city at large and will ensure the well-being of all of our citizens. I urge you to position yourselves in the right side of history and take the necessary steps to restore rapport and protect us. Emily Musel, First Street, Troy. Hello, I live in downtown Troy, New York, and I'm writing in regards to Ordinance 46 and 55. Today, we are dealing with a global health pandemic, as well as confronting our local and national racial histories, including the fact of police brutality and the over-policing of Black people and persons of color. With that in mind, I don't see why money is not being allocated on public health and less money spent on policing the local community. How can we have a conversation able to meaningfully address the deep sense of wrong felt throughout our country, as expressed by the flood of protests and Black Lives Matter movement? And is this really the time to give more money to police departments rather than envision ways to strengthen our communities and provide opportunities to historically under-resourced and over-policed populations? How will Mayor Madden address Governor Cuomo's executive order on police reform and state funding? How will the demands by Troy for Black Lives be addressed regarding police reform, giving subpoena power to the Police Review Board, and having impartial investigations take place with any use of deadly force by a police officer? Brandon Tankersley, downtown Troy, also an instructor at SUNY Albany. My name is Laura Ravenel, and I live on Madison Street in District 5 in South Troy. I wrote to you ahead of the last two meetings of the City Council, as did so many others, to voice concern over the city's inaction regarding systemic racism and to voice concerns about and urge the passage of Resolution 71. I write today regarding ordinances 46 and 55, funding for the Troy Police Department, and new contracts and salaries for 3 administrative positions within TPD. Given the concerns we've heard from residents during the past months, concerns long shared and too recently elevated, it seems ill-fitting at best to consider passing these ordinances, policies, and funding now, particularly without substantive reflection about how you see their meaning aligning with or intention with the demands that Troy for Black Lives and other groups and residents have shared. How do these pieces of legislation, policies, and funding bring us closer to or farther from justice? How do they bring us closer to or farther from an end to police brutality? How do they bring us closer to or farther from doing more than performing allyship and affirming Black Lives Matter, while doing nothing to change the policies that underpin systemic racism? I ask you to stop and ask yourselves these questions before you vote on these policies. Consider the message you send when increases to police funding increases instead of the redirection of funding comes before and unattached to implementing any measures to increase accountability and transparency. Thank you for your time and consideration. Laura Ravenel, Madison Street, Troy. Dear Troy City Council members, I urge you to consider the decision of assisting with funds for Ordinance 46 and voting on Ordinance 55. Recently, our city took part in the massive Black Lives Matter movement. It was seen on major news outlets and around the world what our city of Troy, New York looked like when over 11,000 people marched in the names of its own Black citizens and those around the country who have been wronged. The Troy Police Department even handed out pizzas to protesters as a sign of good faith that day. And even when a white supremacist private militia came to the protest with violent intentions against those voices of unity, the Troy Police Department held up their end and protected us from them. But since that beautiful sunny day of protesting, unity, photo ops, and pizza, there was an opportunity given by the Rensselaer County Legislature to recognize systemic racism in our community. And with a landslide vote of 16-3, the resolution was defeated. In an article by WMIT News Channel 13, one lawmaker, Chuck Peter, went on the record stating that such things as they weren't going to stand for the attacking of the founding of their country or their police force. And quote, the decision was ultimately made because of their use of hyperbolic language. I wasn't present. I don't know what was said word for word or even truly understand what Chuck Peters' definition of hyperbolic language is, but I do know if a community and its people are suffering, that can't be ignored just because you don't like what is being said. As a white woman, I have to educate myself on an immense mountain of knowledge that was never made available to me at a young age via the education system. And also because I assumed if a teacher teaches you something, it must be correct. It's in a textbook. One such thing is the concept of white fragility, that being of white ethnicity. You are made uncomfortable and become defensive about information about racial inequality and injustices. I believe this is what happened at this meeting, and after things were said, decisions were made based on white fragility. From this point on, us as people, as human beings, need to look past what makes us uncomfortable and upset and see that an entire percentage of our population has been suffering, that horrible injustices have been made. We have seen actual murders caught on people's cameras, phones, and posted online. If that doesn't make us absolutely horribly uncomfortable to our core, then why does just a room of lawmakers discussing our country's history and actual on-paper past regressions by our police department make them so uncomfortable to address making changes to better our community? I'm asking you today to help. Yes, it might make you uncomfortable and cringe every time you think or hear about how our country was founding on the slavery, rape, and murder of Black, Brown, and indigenous people, but we all know this, and it's 2020, and those same people are still being treated unfairly and inhumanely. What can we do to change this? Today, you have the opportunity to, instead of assisting with funds for Ordinance 46 and voting on Ordinance 55, to look at the broad picture. What does our great city of Troy really need financial help with? The Troy 2020 accepted budget states that the police department was granted $20,728,556, while public health received $207,327, Housing Development received $454,198, and 911 services got only $700,000. That is very surprising. If you ask me, I feel like the number of police calls that would be made daily would decrease if enough financial assistance would be made in those areas. If housing in areas such as North Troy, where I currently live, was made more livable for low-income families, and I don't mean make more swanky lofts that low-income families can't afford, then the crime rate wouldn't be as high because people would have a much better standard of living. If public health resources have more funding, for example, more accessible for those with mental disabilities and mental illness to have better care in this area, there would be less need for the police to be called out when someone who's developmentally disabled needs a ride to their group home or the hospital. I say this specific instance because a relative of mine works at a local pharmacy where a 30-year-old man has come in several days this past week and will fill up a cart with anything he finds on the shelves and just walks around the store and talks to customers. He is Black and severely developmentally handicapped. When asked by my relative if he needs help and is ready to make a purchase, he says he can't buy anything. They talk for a while and my relative finds out he has been staying at Samaritan Hospital. He asks if he has any family that can come help him to pick him up, and they are unreachable. Then it calls me to his group home where they told him to just call the police. This is where I'm confused. Why should the police be called? He didn't commit a crime. He's developmentally disabled. He said he just wanted to go back home or to the hospital, and it was blisteringly hot outside. This is where I ask you, why can't we consider funding for public health, giving more resources to assist the mentally ill and the disabled people of our community? The police department got $20,521,229 more dollars in funding than public health. I need help understanding the logistics of that, especially after we have issues in our community of police brutality. The ending of my story isn't a great one. My relative didn't call the police, most likely because he too is Black and has a greater understanding of what the situation can bring. He kept calling the young man's family with no avail, and the young man wound up just walking out to do the same thing the following day and the following day, and will probably do the same thing today. I ask you, City Council members, to think of these numbers, this small story, and my personal thoughts I share with you. I've been trying to lift up the voices of my Black friends and of my family members, because even though I do not and cannot begin to comprehend what it is they go through on a daily basis, I personally ache for them and see it as a complete and utter injustice on humanity. Our mayor, in a letter made public recently, stated, Troy should be proud to add its voice to that outcry, that Black lives do matter. I'm hoping, pleading with you, that we can make good on this statement and do our community right. Thank you, Penelope Barbalios, Fifth Avenue. I hope I didn't butcher that, Penelope. Dear City Council members, county legislators, I am a resident of Troy on 18th Street, where I've been a resident downtown for over 4 years. 18th Street, do you think he missed something there, Anasha? A resident of this city and a state worker and union member, I recently attended a protest in front of Diamond Hill Nursing Home, demanding that 2 nurses, women of color, who stood up for themselves, their co-workers, and those in their care, and was fired for that, be rehired. Workers at the home have more control of the work and better protection. The 2 nurses were rehired. This action taken by social justice groups, unions, workers, and the community has so far done more for the community and its residences in the time since the last meeting of the Troy City Council than any of the council has, the mayor, or any police in this city. I don't believe I saw any of you, the mayor, or any police officer standing in solidarity with the nurses, the front line during this pandemic. Funny, what is the point to police having a union if they don't show up in solidarity with other union members. I'm again writing to encourage you to immediately freeze additional funding for the Troy Police Department and reallocate $10 million from the TPD budget to community services and projects led by and centering Black communities most impacted by violent policing. The fact that I have to write again while you continue to pump more money into a broken police system is exhausting, but not surprising. The community has made their voices heard, and you choose not to listen or lead. History is happening, and you can be a part of it. Or you can continue to try to ignore it and hope it goes away, so you don't have to do the hard work that being an elected leader entails. It's simple. Defund the police and reinvest it into the community where it will really help us all. Why is it so hard to defund the police when we as a society do it so easily to our schools while treating our educators with such disdain? I'm writing in solidarity and support with the demands of Troy for Black Lives. We remember the lynching of Edson Thevenin and the attempted murder of Demick McDonald by Troy police, as well as the subsequent cover-ups by Mayor Madden, district attorneys, and other Troy officials. Defund Troy Police now. Invest in Black communities. Sincerely, Mickey Dobbin, 18th Street, Troy. Hi,
Carmela, Mickey lives on 2nd Street.
Okay. I was wondering, I saw the 18th Street, and thank you.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Oz McClamrock, and I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Troy. I'm emailing you to express my concern about two ordinances the city council is voting on tonight, Ordinance 46 and 55. I would like to express my disdain for the continued overfunding and over-militarization of the Troy Police Department, especially in the wake of the nationwide protests against this very problem. Ordinance 46, which is set to reallocate funding from the New York State GIVE program to the Troy PD, is a perfect example of why these protests are happening. Militarization of local police is clearly not the solution to gun violence. Increasing the presence of the police in neighborhoods where they already are too far prominent is not the solution either. It has been proven time and time again that the solution to gun violence lies in well-funded community services. The $20 million that has already been allocated to the police department is already far more than they need, and they certainly do not need the extra funding that was intended to prevent gun violence. The city of Troy should be working to eliminate police violence toward people of color, not pouring money into the organization that causes its very existence. Ordinance 55 is set to approve increased contracts and salaries for 3 police administrators, including an overtime bonus. This is, of course, in spite of the fact that police officers are generally not eligible to receive overtime or comp time, a direct quote. This will add up to almost $1 million. These overtime bonuses are not only allocating more money to the police department, but encouraging these officers to work more hours, thereby likely increasing police presence in neighborhoods in which people of color have been terrorized for far too long. Despite the nationwide wave of protests and marches, including a significant march in Troy, I have seen no action from our elected officials on this subject matter. I'm calling on the Troy City Council to allocate more of the city budget to ensure that 100% of our eligible youth are able to participate in youth employment if they so choose, to ensure that all our parks and pools are open and safe for all families, and to ensure housing for low-income and homeless residents by restoring any suitable abandoned properties. Thank you for taking the time to read this message. I strongly encourage the City Council to do the right thing and strike down these ordinances. Troy is better than this. Oz McClamrock, Jesse Cord, Troy. Dear City Council members, county legislators, I'm a resident of Troy residing on Whitman Court. I've lived in Troy for 15 years, am raising a family here and have businesses located in Troy. Our family was part of the inspiring 11,000 Strong rally last month in our city. I'm writing to encourage you to immediately freeze additional funding for the Troy Police Department and reallocate $10 million from the TPD budget to community services and projects led by and centering Black communities most impacted by violent policing. The excessive TPD budget should be redistributed to organizations that pledge to dismantle systemic racism in our community and provide essential services and opportunities to the Black and Brown communities in Troy. This is urgently important because Troy will not be an authentically livable city until justice is served on a multiplicity of levels. I write in solidarity with the demands of Troy for Black lives. Sincerely, Elizabeth Woodbury Cassius, Whitman Court. Dear City Council members, county legislators, I'm a former resident of Troy, New York, as I left the region for college and grad school, but my family currently lives in Troy. She says she lives.
I sent to you later. She does maintain a permanent residence in Troy. It's just that she's away during the school year because she's currently in school.
Got it. Yep. I am a former resident of Troy, New York, as I left the region for college and grad school, but my family currently lives in Troy. I attended School 14, Doyle Middle, Troy Middle School, and Troy High School. I'm a former employee of the Troy School District at the Alternative Learning Program. From elementary school to high school, I grew up going to the Troy Boys Club, YMCA, and CYO. I've participated in Spring Little League, Armory Little League, South Troy Pop Warner. I'm writing today to encourage you to immediately freeze additional funding for the Troy Police Department and reallocate $10 million from the TPD budget to community services and projects led by and centering Black communities most impacted by violent policing. The excessive TPD budget should be redistributed to Black-owned businesses and services, youth programs, Central Little League, public housing, Taylor Apartments, COVID-19 relief efforts, and the school district. This is important because I fear for the safety of my younger brothers who are often out in the community and other family members who still live in Troy because Troy police are racist and abuse their power. It is immoral and dishonorable for the police budget to be so much larger than other budget items. There are many ways that we can rethink community safety that does not require the police. I do not want to get pulled over on Hoosick Street for speeding and have a police officer talking to me with his hand on his gun. I don't want to have to worry about Troy residents being killed or injured if they are suspected of committing a crime, because even if you are guilty, you don't deserve to die. The Troy Police Force does not need any more money, because obviously whatever sensitivity training officers receive is a waste of money. Additionally, I have seen the community lose benefits. The South Troy Boys and Girls Club was replaced with an athletic facility for Sage years ago, and now that building is empty. The South Troy Boys and Girls Club served the youth of South Troy, and traveling to the main Troy branch was inaccessible for many people at that time. Armory Little League used to operate out of RPI softball field. When that closed down, I could no longer walk to my baseball games and practices. School 12 was repurposed from an elementary school to the Alternative Learning Program, and students attending School 12 had to be redistricted to schools that are outside their community so they can no longer just walk to school. Being able to walk to resources and services in the community is a big deal. The building for School 1, the school district's alternative learning program, was replaced with apartment lofts that mainly benefit transplants to the city. Additionally, the recent housing developments downtown are not catered to local residents. I'm tired of developers in the city continuing to gentrify Troy, and those involved in the gentrification should be ashamed of themselves, as they have contributed to the past 26 years. I've seen RPI spread into the community like a parasite and offer very little back to the community. Also, there is no grocery store below the middle of Hoosick Street, and alternatives near Hudson Valley and Lansingburg are inaccessible. It's shameful that Troy residents have continued to lose and be forgotten in as the city's greed. While I was a high school student, 2011, my peers and I, who participate ourselves as the school district, was preparing to cut extracurricular activities. I remember crying while facing former Superintendent Adabel Wiesa and other members of the board because the music department and sports were a major part of my life. At the time, I did not know what the police budget was, but to know that the Troy Police received an excessive amount of money to murder and harm Black residents such as Edson Bevenin, and that their budget could be reallocated deeply saddens me, as it displays the lack of integrity of the city of Troy. I'm writing in solidarity and support with the demands of Troy for Black Lives. The City Council has done nothing to address these demands, nor the historic rally last month of 11,000 people. The City Council continues to be complacent in the murder and harm of Black people in Troy. We were, as well as the subsequent cover-ups by Mayor Madden, district attorneys, and other Troy officials. Defund Troy Police, Anansa, Bembow, Massachusetts, Taylor Court, Troy. Okay. And then we do have a number of non-Troy residents. Our rules clearly cover that Troy residents, taxpayers are to speak at public forums, public hearings. I can certainly bend that rule for outsiders, but I am not going to do that tonight, so we can move forward with our second quarter review by Andy, and we still have quite a bit of legislation on the agenda. Okay. All right. I'm just going to take 30 seconds for a sip of water. Thank you. Okay. I hear my son calling me. Okay. Andy, I'll hand it over to you. I want to thank you, as always, for your patience. Your second quarter report, very thorough. Let's take it away if you don't mind.
Good evening, everyone. What I'm going to do is, if everyone would like, I will share my screen so they have the report in front of them. Let me just pull it up.
That would be great.
Quick. Share screen. 2027 quarter report. See if I did this right. Okay. Is it up?
It is, Andy.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. So I'll go through like I've done in the past, each of the funds, and I'll take questions specific to revenues, expenditures, and the summaries at the end of each section. Let's move this over. All right. Okay. So for general fund revenues, split it. You see the blue and the yellow section. What I was trying to do here, just so everyone has an understanding, is separate. There was the legislation that was approved as part of the issuance of bond anticipation notes, the transferring funds from the capital projects fund back to the general fund. I wanted to separate that from the other revenues in the general fund. It's not to try to portray the most accurate numbers as possible. So total operating revenues in the general fund amounted to $25.2 million. At the end of the second quarter, it's a decrease of 4% from 2019, which equates to just a little over $1 million. 33% of the budget has been recognized to date. A lot of that is 3/4 of sales taxes yet to be received, along with state aid. Go through some of the specific categories. real property taxes, the increase of 4%. That's because of the change in tax levy. And like we've discussed, we look at everything by for property taxes based off of collections as a percentage of the levy. When looking at it as of June 30th, it was down 1%. So that was, as we discussed before, that was a good sign because we really had no idea where taxes were going to go. I will, just to kind of give you an update outside of the second quarter, as of July 19th, when comparing year over year, we have seen an increase in unpaid tax bills amounting to 5% from 2019 to 2020. It's hard to tell still if that's COVID or if that is COVID financial issues for taxpayers, or if that is COVID, for example, individuals who cannot come into City Hall to pay their tax bill. I remind the City Council, starting on tomorrow, next Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we will have staff at the Knickerbocker Ice Rink for tax collections, along with other outstanding bills from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. I will note, on a positive note with property taxes, we received the payment today for the largest escrow payment. The number of parcels paid increased 500. There was an increase in 500 parcels that were paid through escrow. So that could also be a part of it. So we will continue to monitor. We monitor property taxes twice a week to check on the collection status. The next update will come on Monday.
Andy,
Moving on to local sources.
Yep,
Unless someone has
hold
a
on.
question.
Andy,
yeah, sorry, just one question on that.
Yep, I would ask just council members, through the rules, just stick with what we normally do, but Councilmember Cummings.
Sorry, do you mean hold question to the end? I can do that if you want.
Oh, go ahead. No, you're fine.
Okay. Let's see. Then you said that escrow, was that for the last tax payment or the upcoming one, the one that just came in?
The one that came in that increased 500 parcels was the one for the second installment of this year.
No, it's for the second installment. Okay.
So what I'm trying to go with is we're seeing we're seeing positives and negatives, and the bottom line is, it's as crazy as it sounds to say this on July 23rd, it's still too hard to tell the true impact that COVID's going to have because of escrow, people unable to pay in person, because there are more people than you would imagine that prefer to pay in person. The first mark on the first mark that we'll have of the impact from COVID in relation to be able to pay in person will come tomorrow. If tomorrow is super slow at the NIC, then the concern level on property taxes obviously will get elevated. And then if it stays slow, next week, then it will really know. Everyone knows, I don't want to sound like it's still too early to tell towards the end of the month, but it is still too early to know. There's a lot of marks that come through this.
Are you sending notices to the folks who haven't paid yet about the NIC opportunity, or just the public communication?
The mayor's office put out 2 press releases in regards to the NIC. We've pushed it as best as we can. We only send out mailings on the delinquency. That's how we've done it. We will send a letter. We will send a delinquency mailing out in August, and we will send one out in September, just like we normally do, just so that residents are at least aware.
It might be reasonable to include the NIC if we schedule them far enough in advance. Include that in the delinquency notice this year.
We're always the time's passed to really do a mailing for the NIC for now. I mean,
no, sorry, I'm not asking that. When you do the August delinquency notification, could you schedule another NIC event and include that in the delinquency? Do you think? I mean, you don't have to decide now, but I think it could be.
Yeah, it's something we can certainly consider.
Great.
And Andy, on Councilmember Cummings' note, I have received a number of calls, because you're absolutely right. A lot of people like to pay in person. And it's not even old school people, like even, younger folks, they want the in-person. So hopefully we'll see an uptick in that. Andy, I'm having a hard time seeing the the right side of the screen because I have people. Is there something I do?
You
Let me
can
see.
there's a tiny little collapse
Got
button
it.
at the top of the people. You can collapse
Okay.
that.
The only thing, how do I get it back?
You choose one of the other icons.
Oh. There it is. Okay, I'm sorry. And Andy, we had an increase in the first quarter in the tax levy. But obviously that is not continuing, and we'll know more tomorrow, obviously, correct?
Correct. So it's important to remember things like redemption date have not occurred yet. So when you look at the second quarter collections without a redemption date for the foreclosure process, and there is definitely a COVID impact that you've seen now in the second quarter when it comes to property taxes and a myriad of other revenues that are in this on this page.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously very prominent. You know, the fines and forfeitures jump out incredibly.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So are there any other questions about property taxes?
I guess, Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Cummings.
on the impact of COVID financial crunch on people, you know, obviously I don't want to end up with a spate of foreclosures based on this financial crisis. We talked about what sort of aid we could provide in the future a little bit, but I was wondering if you've run any numbers on what it would take for us to be more lenient with people who need it in this time. In particular, you know, so in particular, you know, we can issue revenue anticipation notes at what 1-2% interest, but I think we're charging significantly higher interest, maybe 20-30% in some cases, and so wondering. Obviously, we have to cover the administrative costs that it would take, but it would be, seems like it would be important to find a way to not increase the scale of the problem for people that are already having a tough time.
So we have not run anything. When what I think in what you're asking is called the tax anticipation note.
Okay.
We have not looked into issuing them. As we had mentioned previously, that would be the fourth, you know, well, I'm sure this will come up at some point, you know, the federal aid thing, if the federal aid is still lingering, if and or when it happens there's a lot of rules with tax anticipation notes. The biggest one is you have to issue them a month before you are to receive your taxes. So if we were to have done a tax anticipation note, it would have had to been completely authorized, all of the back end work, which is to do a lot of the analytical work as part of the issuance. All of that would have had to been done earlier this year, and the note would have had to been issued in June. So doing it for this installment is just not feasible at this point.
Gotcha.
Council President?
So,
Oh, sorry.
okay, we can talk more about the logistics of that.
Are you okay, Councilmember Cummings?
Sorry.
Sure. I mean, the essence is I think it's important to explore programs to not be charging people 30% interest if they're already having a tough time.
Okay, duly noted. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Thank you. Andy, I might have missed it when you were talking and going through. You were talking about the escrow payments that already came through, and then you're talking about a lot of people, which we know like to pay it in person. What are you getting in the mail wise? Are you getting a good amount of the payments in the mail?
Today, just to give you two examples, I'll give you a good note. Today's mail was very heavy.
Okay.
On a bad note, I will tell you that this past Monday's mail was some of the lightest mail I've ever seen on a Monday during tax season. So it's been all over the map.
Okay,
We are current in posting, so just so the council is aware, because I know that had come up earlier this year.
Yeah.
We are on track and on time with posting. The treasurer's office has worked very diligently to get that done, but the mail has been all over the place,
okay,
volume-wise.
thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Andy. I think we're good. Go ahead.
So local sources, that decrease, as we discussed in the first quarter, is caused merely by an account reclassification, as highly recommended, I will say, by the state comptroller's office. Sales tax was in there. We continue to monitor it as it comes through. The next payment the city will receive will be in September. On this report, I footnoted, and I'll kind of run my mouse down by them. Anything that's tagged 3 is a departmental income that was directly impacted by COVID-19. There were other ones that were impacted that were a little more specific to talk about. But generally speaking, anything marked with a 3, general government support, public safety, transportation, going down the line, has all been impacted.
Yeah.
Just, I know it was mentioned, fines and forfeitures are significantly down, 56%. We are looking at any revenue, but this is an example. This is the reason why the parking amnesty program is on the agenda for this evening.
Absolutely.
We look at it as a way to generate revenue to the city, while also providing for an opportunity for those who have outstanding tickets to pay a reduced amount. In a lot of ways, it's a win-win for both parties. I don't know if there's any questions about anything that's marked number 3.
I'm good. Keep it rolling.
Health, that's ambulance billing. You'll see a very significant increase in that category, caused by 3 things. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, I talked to Chief McMahon, call volume was up. And then the other 2 reasons are really part and parcel with. One, we changed billing companies effective January 1st, 2020. They're doing a much better job of collecting revenues. There's also a transition period related to Medicare and Medicaid when you change ambulance billing companies. Comstar, the company we use now, was much more efficient in getting that converted over. When you switch, you do end up getting all your money eventually from Medicare and Medicaid that you're due. This has been a benefit, especially during this time, for more consistent cash flow in the account. Recreation revenues are down. That is caused entirely by the delay in opening the golf course in 2020. Josh Buell and I compared revenues of May 1st to June 30th for 2019 and 2020. Golf revenues were had actually increased by $12,000. The increase in interfund revenues is driven primarily by the reclassification of the account that I mentioned in local sources. State aid, that's the budgetary amount, as we've discussed numerous times, is the bulk of that is aid to municipalities. There still has been no clear indication as to the reduction in aid. We keep inquiring about it. I check the state comptroller's site daily, sometimes multiple times a day to see if there's any release there from it. There has been no clear direction as to that. The prevailing thought remains that there will be a 20% reduction in AIM to us this year.
And that's, Andy, that's even if federal monies are hopefully appropriated with a COVID stimulus package?
There's a lot of, keeping track of the news these days, it's everyone's still hopeful that there'll be federal aid. The direction that we're hearing is more no federal aid, assume a 20% reduction. I know that NICOM had the language out earlier it's at some point in the second quarter that there was a 20% reduction to some, I believe it was school districts did experience a 20% reduction in the monies that they were supposed to receive. So at least there has been precedent there that the 20% is going to occur. We just have received no clear language as to what the impact will be to municipalities.
Right. So just obviously, we're anticipating a 20% reduction, and hopefully that doesn't go up.
Right. That is the hope. Intra-fund revenues, that decreases from in 2019, there was a transfer from the debt service fund to the general fund to offset increased MAC debts. That's the principal cause of that dollar change. Number 9 is that COVID financial plan, the $845,000. That is the revenue recognition as part of our COVID-19 financial plan. As I mentioned previously, the real number to look at is the one in yellow with the 4% reduction. Are there any other questions about general fund revenues?
I like how you broke out the COVID.
Thank you.
Yep.
General fund expenditures. Try to do this the same way as the revenues. I'll zoom in just a little bit. This contingency, the $3 million contingency, is part of the budget reductions that were done. And also the $845,000 I just referenced is part of the financial plan we've had from COVID. So the intent of this is to separate out non-COVID versus the COVID financial plan so the council can see the most accurate portrayal of operating expenses to the general fund. Operating expenses have decreased $110,000 from 2019 to date. I footnoted a healthy amount through here just to kind of hit some of the highlights. Most of them were in permanent salaries. In Code 1 salaries, the 6.5% increase for permanent salaries is driven entirely by contractual increases to multiple bargaining units in the 2020 fiscal year. I will note 48.53% of the budget has been expended to date. That is caused by vacancies within the general fund. Temporary salaries, the decrease of $71,000 is caused by a decrease in the actual number of staffing hirings that the city has made this year. Staffing was reduced for this category due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The 20% increase in the non-public safety overtime is driven primarily because in the CSA contract in 2020, there are employees that used to be able to elect, that used to just receive comp time. Now they can elect to receive overtime or comp time. Comp time is banked, essentially time off. It doesn't get paid out at the end of the year under the CSA contract, but that is the cause of that increase. Snow plowing, obviously we discussed it in the first quarter, a significant decrease caused by the winter months. Overtime for police, $65,000 increase driven from 3 factors, as I mentioned in the report, and similar to any given year. Vacancies in the department, there is a contractual increase in 2020, and events or events that take place crime related. Fire department overtime has seen a $341,000 increase. It's caused by the salary increase as part of the arbitration award, an increase in the number of vacancies in the department, and special detail overtime related to the COVID-19 pandemic. There is legislation on the agenda for this evening that will reclassify the overtime as from the pandemic as it's part of a reimbursement that will occur. So that will be reclassified, assuming that that general fund amendment is approved. Materials and supplies have decreased substantially, primarily because of a decrease in the purchase of salt. Consultant services, I apologize for this 8, that should have been deleted. Consultant services increase has come from a multitude of reasons. Increase in the 911 contract, various third-party services provided to the city. A lot of it comes down to when expenses are recorded within the city. Increased legal costs related to zombie properties. And we did have some reclassification of accounts. As most of you know, we have spent and we continue to spend a lot of time realigning accounts and things of that nature. That does have an impact to that. Health and dental insurance
Hey,
both have.
Andy, I
Yeah.
apologize. On consultant services, I know last quarter you had talked about the bonding services were a little bit higher than norm. Have you gone back out, or have we not gone back out for our second bonding? Or the debt issuance?
So we closed next week on the second debt issuance. The costs for bond counsel have been higher this year than normal. There's no denying that. Both fiscal advisors and Bond, Shennick and King have been absolutely instrumental in providing guidance throughout COVID. We've also had some other issues outside of normal issuances. For example, the CSO project, which is on the agenda for this evening, that's a cost that we've incurred this year. I can't speak highly enough of the services they've provided. In relation to the issuance, we will be completing the ban interest rate is 0.68%. It is better than we even anticipated receiving. So we did do very well in that regards.
Okay.
Health and dental insurance, both have seen significant decreases. I spoke with Benetech. They are expecting an increase in services at overtime as doctors' offices begin to open more. I know that some are open, but as people get more comfortable to go out, they do think that this could be a long-term though increase. It's another area that it is still a little early to know what the build up on or the ramp up on that could be, but we should expect to see increases within both of those lines. The costs of both health and dental are driven primarily by usage because the primary focus of health insurance comes from the city's self-insured plan. We do review each invoice weekly just to see the fluctuation in the amount. As I mentioned, the contingency for COVID-19 is all based off of the legislation that was approved by the city council. As I mentioned before, operating expenses have decreased marginally by $110,000. Any other questions about general fund expenses?
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Zaluski.
Andy, you mentioned the zombie property initiative. What line was that figuring on?
Consultant services. In this account.
So the zombie task force sent out a letter recently to at least a few council members, myself included. The 3 members were, or at least 3 of the members were wondering if it makes sense and if it's possible to take the revenues that we get from these court cases and put them into a dedicated fund for zombie property management, for handling this. Is that possible and advisable?
Into a separate fund would be something that I would want to. That is something I would probably want to discuss with the state comptroller's office, at least to see what the mechanism of that would look like.
Okay. Have you seen that,
Doug. Sorry.
Andy? Yeah, Andy, have you seen that letter from the task force?
No.
Okay, I'm going to make sure I forward that to you.
Please
Okay.
forward it to, if you don't mind, all of us. I did not get a copy.
Okay, that's funny because you're actually, it's addressed to you, Council.
Oh, is it a hard copy or an email?
It was a PDF that was attached to an email. I'll have to find it. But
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks. Was it the zombie task force or the land bank? A zombie task force? Okay,
yeah, Zombie Property Task Force, yeah.
got it. Okay.
Andy? Council
Yes.
President?
Councilmember Cummings, sure.
Let's see. When we had discussed this earlier in the year, I thought there were indications that overtime was down due to COVID. So wondering what's going on with it being up compared to last year. Is that just rate changes, or is the actual amount of overtime gone up as well?
There, in the second quarter, we've had instances where overtime was required due to staff reductions because of COVID. Because
Okay.
For example, some of the departments I've overseen had, with reducing to 50%, if one person's in and one person's working from home, some of the tasks are required to be done in the office, so it may have required overtime to complete it.
Okay.
So there is definitely a COVID impact within that line.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Moving down to the recap of the general fund. And again, this was separated out so you could see the COVID impact. This is actual revenues and expenditures, which is why the COVID number is 845,000. Contingency accounts is a budgetary account that does not. The only way you spend money out of a contingency is by transferring funds. To date, operationally, there is a $6.4 million deficit in the general fund.
Wow.
However, in 2019, there was a $5.4 million deficit in the general fund. So the change is a decrease. It goes in the wrong direction, 950,000. But as you can see, by the COVID measures we took with the capital transfer back to general fund of 845, we are almost on par with where we were in 2019. So
I see how you broke it out.
So has COVID had an impact? Yes. I think in my personal opinion, in analyzing the results of the second quarter in the general fund, COVID has had an impact. What you've seen though is the measures that were taken to mitigate against it have from an actual result made it on par in a lot of ways with 2019. And then keep in mind, we also have the contingency account that's not reflected in there, but in its nature of how a contingency works, suspends spending out of accounts by reducing the budgetary lines to mitigate against the exposure we face going on the rest of the year. So has COVID impacted the general fund? Most definitely. Have we taken steps to mitigate against that through June 30th? Yes. Now we have to see how the last 6 months play out in relation to what impact COVID has had on us. So it's a mixed bag of results in a lot of ways. And it continues to be, we have to wait and see. Are there any more questions about the general fund before we head to the garbage fund?
Okay. So very quickly, Andy, if we did not do some of the short-term, moving some of the general fund to the bonding, et cetera, I take it, would have a 2 mil deficit? Am I reading
No.
that right? No?
It would have been the yellow line. $950,000 difference.
Okay. Oh, I see. All right. Okay. Got it.
So like I said, it's a mixed bag, and it continues to be. We have to wait, and trust me, I am not a patient person, and the waiting is very. It's a struggle, to be honest. To wait, to keep sitting here every day and waiting to see what's going to happen. But that is what we have to do. Continuing on.
Andy, before we move on, do we plan to, obviously, we're going to continue as we're going now, not fill certain non-essential positions, et cetera, department by department, be very extremely frugal, watch everything. Stating that, do you foresee any new measures that need to be taken by the council and the administration in the super near future? I do have a feeling, obviously, moving forward, we may at some point, especially if we don't get federal funding, but I'm hoping we get federal funding. But do you see anything in the immediate future?
The most important, so for now, we stay on the same track of federal aid. The most important thing for the time being is there is the RAND resolution on the agenda tonight, and that being passed right now, and I can get more into that once we get to the resolution as to why it's on the agenda this evening, what that looks like going forward. But having that RAND in place is the most important thing right now. So it is ready to go.
Yep. Okay. I'm good to move forward if the rest of the council all good. Thumbs up. Okay. Thank you.
So the garbage fund. And so for garbage, water, and sewer, there is no split between operating and non-operating, or operating in COVID. It's just a straightforward presentation. Departmental income, total revenues in the garbage fund are down $350,000 in 2019, 9%, a little under 9.5% reduction. That's driven primarily from a decrease in departmental income of $297,000, or 8.82%. As we've discussed, for those on the council, when the 2020 budget was adopted, and throughout the first quarter report, that is driven by the accounting recognition mechanism that was required to do as part of 2019's fiscal year. There has also been a COVID-19 impact within this category caused by a delay in billings for things like the Fair Share program for downtown that we had done. There have been billings done since the end of June for Fair Share billing. Revenue is recognized in this fund as a whole when it is billed, not when it is paid. So another important item to note to the council during, as we currently stand, collections have, a number of outstanding bills have increased marginally. If I remember, it's approximately 3% increase in unpaid bills. That information will be included on the delinquent letters that we send out in August and September. And we will also monitor the second installment is due by September 30th of this year. Permits, that is the hauler permit section. There was a delay in billing those due to staffing and COVID-19. Those have also begun to be billed in July. So there has been movement there. Is there any questions regarding garbage fund revenues?
Council President.
Councilmember Cummings?
Percent achieved is 85% already. Is that?
That's, like I just mentioned, revenues are recognized as they're billed within this fund, which is the cause of, that's why the collection, other piece of it's the collection side that we monitor very closely. The shortfall is the fair share billing, and other items within that category. Garbage violations, bulk pickup fees also fall within departmental income.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, that jumped substantially over the last quarter.
Which category?
The
Part.
departmental income and
Because of that's when the garbage fees, the garbage fee billing is recognized in the second quarter of the year.
got it. Okay, any further? Okay,
Garbage fund expenditures. They have increased 10% over 2019, $164,000. The total is just under 1.8 million. The cause of that is in permanent salaries, footnote 1, a 25% increase over 2019. That is attributable to salary increase as part of the CSEA contract, and as part of the 2020 budget, there was a restructuring of staff allocation just from a pure budget perspective. While there is a $133,000 increase in the fund, budgetarily, you can see in a lot of ways it was expected. Only 43.38% of permanent salaries have been expended to date. That is caused by vacancies within the departments of the garbage fund. The other substantial increase is in overtime, with a $25,000 increase. That is directly caused by running staff reductions for the COVID-19 pandemic and overtime that was needed to maintain the workload required of the various departments. So to match the executive order and maintain general operations of the fund, overtime was required.
yeah, it's a big hit.
Moving on to the garbage fund recap, you'll see there's a surplus currently at just under 1.6 million. It's a decrease of $514,000 from 2019, due in part, as we discussed, from the revenues and expenditures. Obviously, as the billing picks up from the fair share and the permits, we'll keep an eye on bulk billings and garbage violation billings. But the most important thing in the fund is to monitor collections, which we do as part of our, we look at water collections, garbage collections, along with the tax collections.
Andy, I apologize. The tipping fees in the prior, I didn't catch it. How were they? 430. Okay. All right. Yep.
Almost identical, down a little bit.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions about the garbage fund? We'll move on to water. Water revenues have increased $60,000 from 2019. City water sales have increased 22% or $439,000. We look at any quarter report as to why we are at the same point in the billing cycle in 2020 as we were in 2019. That is driven entirely by usage.
Clear home.
In the home. Now, while that is a positive, outstanding bills have increased for water bills. So what I'm going to say, that is obviously an issue. We did mail out delinquent letters in the first quarter. We anticipate mailing them out again. Probably do it as part of the delinquent billing in August. As most of you are aware, in years past, we have done a shut-off program. We are not doing that in 2020. I don't know if we would have done one or not because of COVID. However, there was a bill approved by the New York State Senate and Assembly and signed into law by the governor. And the important thing of this is to note, you cannot shut off water. You cannot shut off municipal utilities for 180 days after the emergency declaration from Governor Cuomo expires related to COVID-19. So in theory, hypothetically, if the emergency declaration expires, say, December 31st of this year, to shut off in with the way the shut-off program works, it's unknown at this point if we will be able to shut off, and if we would shut off in 2021 as well. So that is something that long-term for the water fund that was going to have to be closely monitored. And like I said, we have transitioned more to the letter mailings for outstanding accounts. Outside community sales have decreased 13.52%. There were really two municipalities of note that have driven this. Rensselaer East Greenbush had a decrease of almost $100,000 year over year. That was the Hudson Valley Community College bill. So as we would have expected, their bill substantially decreased due to the moving to online classes due to the COVID-19 pandemic. There has also been a decrease of $200,000 in the Waterford Half Moon billing because of the $1 million gallons of water being taken per day from Saratoga County.
I don't want to say I told you so, but if you recall, when they talked about that other line, I was told it wouldn't affect us, but it's definitely having an impact on the bottom line.
It is. Generally speaking, to the total revenues, obviously it has not. Luckily, in some context, it has not impacted the water fund this year, just because revenues are between the two, city water and outside. It's up $5,000. Obviously, the sticking point of that becomes the outstanding bills that are still unpaid. So there is some good, at least the decrease from a revenue perspective, billing has been covered through consumption. But obviously, the unpaid bills remains a concern for the fund. The last item of note, appropriated fund balance is the funding for the 2020 Water Fund Capital Plan. We will record that in the fourth quarter of the fiscal year.
Thank you.
If there's no, moving on to water fund expenditures. And I apologize that this came out so small. I just realized seeing it. It was supposed to be landscape. Total water fund expenditures are up $28,000 from 2019. Driven, as you can see, permanent salaries increase of 11%. Again, that's the CSEA contract. 40% of the budget has been expended due to the multiple vacancies in the department. Materials and supplies, the decrease of 22%. That's driven just on timing of when bills are paid in the water fund. It's similar to any other category. Timing plays a lot into these reports. The last item of note, debt service. As we discussed in the first quarter, this increase is just timing of when debt payments are due. This was the first year of a serial bond payment in the water fund, which is causing the increase in that account. So looking at, what's up?
I apologize. I was looking at the first quarter and it looked like blue. Nope. Okay. I'm all right.
Okay.
I found it. I'm good.
So recap of the water fund. $31,000 increase in the surplus, $1.6 million as of June 30th. Again, the revenues are recognized as they're billed. So we will continue to closely monitor outstanding bills that are due to the fund, just to kind of measure liquidity of the balance sheet versus the operating results of the fund. And the last fund, unless if there's any other questions, sewer fund revenues are up $271,000. Substantial increase in sewer rents mirrors what's gone on in the water fund. Sewer charges. That decrease is just the timing of when a bill is paid from the county. We are working with them on getting that paid. Total revenues increase of 12.25%, or 271,000. I'd say it two more times again, similar, because sewer bills are on water bills. It's the collections, and that is the area that we continue to keep an eye on as we go through the fiscal year.
Council President.
Councilmember Cummings.
Refresh my memory, when we re-levy these, do we re-levy?
Yes.
And then
Yes.
when we do, is it similar to the trash bill where that gets recognized, or basically the reduced liquidity would immediately transfer to the general fund?
Yes, any unpaid garbage bills, water bills, or sewer bills as it currently stands are made whole by the general fund. So
right.
that is the rule as of now from the state comptroller's office. So this is a general, if the bills aren't paid, this becomes a general fund cash issue.
Right.
And that's the concern. Moving out long term is what's the impact to the general fund cash because of this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And that's if many recall, that was that one budget cycle, the whole, if you recall, putting it on the taxes, but it was a year behind or whatever. Right?
As long as I've worked at the city, we've re-levied water bills, recycling bills.
Yeah, the
Used to
water,
be-
I was talking the garbage.
No, the garbage re-levy thing was just a one-time accounting recognition, but it moved from the general fund to the garbage fund.
Right. Yep. Okay. All right.
Sewer expenses. Total expenditures have increased $161,000. Total is $1.2 million. Consultant services, $197,000 increase. That is the account where the repairs to the Campbell Avenue sewer line were paid out of. So that is the reason for the increase in that account, along with the cause of the total expenditure increase. Code 9 interfund transfers is the annual transfer for the CSO project that is done out of the sewer fund. That is recognized in the fourth quarter of the fiscal year. And the last page, total recap is the recap of sewer fund. The total surplus is $1.275 million, $110,000 increase over 2019. And for the again, it is the collections that need to be closely monitored, and what we will continue to do.
Okay. Any further questions of Andy? I'm gonna just go around the room real quick. One word that describes this, Andy.
To be continued.
That's not one word. That's not one word.
TBD.
Okay, Councilmember Gully. One word.
Better than I expected.
That's
So
not
moved.
one word. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I'm gonna use 3, work in progress.
Councilmember Steele.
Hopeful.
That's a good word. Okay. I was thinking that word. You took my word. Okay. Councilmember Cummings.
Slightly concerning.
Yeah. Councilmember Zaluski.
Anxiety inducing.
He's a dash.
Yes. One word.
Yes, one word. Councilmember McDermott.
Important.
My word, help. Yeah, concerning. But it's not as grim as I hope, as I had not hoped. It's not as grim as I had anticipated. Mayor? One word.
Too early to draw conclusions. To run on word.
Premature. Monica?
Diligent.
Okay. Andy, awesome job. Any questions, follow-up? Okay. All right, let's get into, if everyone's all right, I'd like to get right into the agenda. We may not have Mara, folks, just to give you a heads up, there is a little technical glitch. She is hoping to get back on with us. We shall see, okay? So,
Council President,
yes, Council Member Cummings, was that?
Gully.
oh, come on,
Oh,
can't you tell the
Councilmember
difference in our
Gully.
voices?
I saw your mute button
They
on.
look
I'm
the
like,
same.
how, I saw the mute. I'm like, how's he talking? Yes, Councilmember Gully.
Who is on with us? Who is on with us with the 878 number?
That's Mara tuning in to listen, I believe.
Yeah.
So she's on my screen twice.
Yeah, Mara
Yeah.
dialed in because her computer froze, which is
Right.
interesting because our meeting is still continuing and she's
No.
doing it.
I think that
I
might
think-
be Strikeman.
Oh,
Oh,
Maybe.
okay. No,
Okay.
that's not Mara. Mara just texted. That is not me.
Okay.
It's Steve
Hopefully it's
Strikeman.
Steve.
It's Steve Strikeman. Yep.
Um,
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, no problem. All right, let's get rolling. If people would stop texting me, that would be helpful. All right, no local laws. Ordinance 44. Ordinance amending the 2020 general fund budget and accepting grant funds from the Troy Capital Resource Corporation for the 2020 Neighborhood Improvement Program. Council President Mantello, and I am going to strike out at the request of the administration, as this is the city council. But I want to thank Andy, who actually helped draft this. So thank you, Andy. Do I have a motion?
make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. On the discussion?
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Zaluski.
just a quick question on this. This is the $10,000 from the CRC that will fund our somewhat reduced NIP this year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great.
Correct. And very quickly, we did receive not a ton of applications. On one hand, that's kind of a good thing because we want to go back out the door. Some people were unable to get their application in time. So my goal, what I'd like to do, just full disclosure, finance meeting at the August meeting, approve whatever is decided at the August meeting, then go back out the door and try to have a quick turnaround for some people. North Central and a couple other neighborhoods just weren't able to get it in time. Okay?
So Council President,
Yes, Councilmember
so
Cummings.
just to tie the knot on that for folks watching, look out for another announcement on the Neighborhood Improvement Program coming sometime next month with whatever funds remain.
Yep, that's what I think I just said. Yes.
Great.
All right. So we have a motion. We have a second. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, ordinance 44 carries.
Mara can't see us. Sorry, Council President. She can't see who's voting, who's not voting to take the call. Can she?
I'll say it though. So,
Okay.
yep, ordinance 44 carries 7-0. Ordinance 45, ordinance amending the capital projects fund budget. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Council Member Cummings, was that?
Oh, that's-
Council Member Zaluski. Do I have a second? Council Member Steele, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, just so everybody knows, electric vehicle that passes. Ordinance 45, 7-0. Ordinance 46, ordinance amending the 2020 general fund budget to accept funds from the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services for the purpose of gun-involved violence elimination, also known as GIVE. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Council Member Ash McPherson, do I have a second?
Yep, I'll
Second.
Second, was that Council Member Cummings? No? Who?
Councilman Zaluski.
Council Member Zaluski, thank you. Discussion,
Council President,
yes. Council Member McDermott.
I would just like to state that this is a multi-agency grant between the Troy Police, the Rensselaer County Probation Department, Rensselaer County Sheriff, and the Rensselaer County District Attorney's Office. And if we do not accept this grant, it could have an effect on all agencies involved.
Thank you, Council Member McDermott. And, you know, I just want folks to know I fully support this grant. I've spoken to the chief on a number of occasions over the last 4 years that this grant has come before the council, multiple grants. I have seen a true impact. SNUG is actually a program out of the GIVE monies. And certainly, you know, this in my opinion, has a true impact on our neighborhoods, on hotspots, because that's where the monies are directed toward, many of our hotspots in the neighborhood. And I do believe, and I'm not sure, you might know this, Councilmember McDermott, or maybe the mayor, but I had thought that the gun buyback program also came out of these monies. I'm not sure. No. Okay.
I think we used confiscated money for the gun buyback program.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. But, you know, I fully support this grant. And as Councilmember McDermott says, if we turn around and you know, turn down this grant, it certainly would not have a good impact in the future on getting additional grants such as body cam monies from DCJS and other grants. So I fully support this. And further discussion?
Council President,
Yes, Council Member Steele, and then Council Member Cummings.
I beat you, Anasha. I just think that we are definitely too far along to reconsider this, as has been stated. Perhaps going forward, we can look at other directions that may be more productive. But certainly in this environment now, with an increase in gun violence, we have to take every opportunity available to us to reduce guns on our streets. So I will definitely be supporting this.
Thank you, Council Member Steele. Council Member Cummings.
Thank you. I was wondering whether the mayor or anyone else might be able to give us a little bit of a look into how this program is designed as we're applying for the grant process in the future. What are the opportunities for public input or for other input into helping design the use of GIVE funds for future years?
My office isn't involved in writing of the grant. That's done through the police department in concert with the partners in the grant. It occurs sometime in the spring. We could look for the next date for a grant application and alert the council to that.
And in particular, several of the public comments talked about new equipment. My reading is that this is mostly time. Can you give any clarity on that?
Yeah, this is largely used to pay extra patrols. So if we're having increased gun activity in a particular neighborhood, and I'm sure you've all gotten calls from constituents in your districts asking for increased police presence, that's how we pay for the units to go out and show a greater presence in that neighborhood and try to address the gun violence there. So most of it goes to salary.
Right. And I, oh, go ahead, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Oh, I apologize. Councilmember Cummings, did you have a follow-up? You still have the floor.
No, you can go ahead.
Great. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Thanks. I'd just like to say that over the years with the give, the money that it gives to the police department and the other departments, as Councilmember Eileen McDermott has said, there's several components that get this piece of this grant. And if one doesn't take it, they all don't get it. So it's all connected from my understanding with it. And just on a light note, in my district, we've had 22 shootings. And one is more than enough in 22 shootings. And I have in my district people calling for help for them from the police. We had the walk that we did last week. There was police walking, there was clergy walking, there was, you name it, we had all sorts of people hanging out and walking with us in Glen on 7, calling for help from the police to stop the gun violence that we have. Anything that we can do to try and curtail it. Snug walked with us. So this was a great thing. Team Hero put it together. So I fully support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Further discussion?
Council
Oh, Councilmember Zaluski.
Yeah, so first of all, I just want to say that, obviously we heard what people were saying in their letters to us about this. There's some type of disconnect happening here because on one hand, we see people in the Black Lives Matter movement saying, we want to move money away from policing and into the community. I understand exactly what they're talking about. On the other hand, there's people in the community, especially in Councilperson McPherson's district, in District 2, and these are people of color who are saying, we need the police, we need help, we need to get guns off the street. So I'm not going to pretend to have all the answers here. But what I'll say is, and I'm going to go back to our Reimagining Troy Community Services work group. We're going to depend on our citizens to come together and find some answers to this, because in my opinion, there's a gap here where you have one group of people supporting Black Lives saying we want to defund police, and we have another group of people right here in our city also supporting Black Lives saying we need help from the police and we want to get guns off the street. I don't have an answer to that, but I'm hoping that our work group will find some answers as they funnel this input from the community up into the mayor's group and eventually to comply with the executive order. But bottom line for me is we're not going to turn down $150,000 of support for policing. So I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, Councilmember Zaluski. And, I think there's also, to honestly dovetail what you just said, as I was reading these letters, I so wanted to correct a couple budgetary comments, regarding education. We don't fund our schools. saying that I do think that there's also a disconnect in terms of what our budget actually funds. So, maybe the work group can look at that aspect just in terms of continued education to the public on, what we are charged with in terms of providing what services to the public. Okay, further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Sorry, my computer just blipped off.
Council President, we need to announce the vote.
I am. I said my computer blipped off. I apologize. Hold on.
We're experiencing technical difficulty. Please stand by.
I know. Sorry about that. Yep. All right. Ordinance 46 carries 7-0. Ordinance 47. Ordinance transferring funds within the 2020 sewer fund budget. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Up.
Sorry.
Councilmember Cummings?
Yeah, sorry. I did actually have a question on this.
Okay, no problem. I'll take back our vote on the discussion. Councilmember Cummings, Andy?
It looked like
Go for it.
it looked like both insurance and workers' comp went up significantly. So I'm just wondering what the disconnect there was compared to the initial budget.
So insurance, I believe it's in, is it in, it might be in general fund too. Insurance, when we budget insurance costs, it's off estimates done in August, preceding the year. So we budget off those numbers, and then when a renewal came when we renewed earlier this year, late in last year, coverages were changed, which increased the cost. So that was the cause of that. Workers' comp is just a matter of settlements that are done to pay out claims throughout a fiscal year. Workers' comp is a tricky number, to be honest, to budget any given year. So it's all dependent on claim volume and things of that nature.
The insurance, is that supplementary health insurance?
No, that is your liability auto.
Liability insurance. Okay. So I thought. Okay. So yeah, that went from 17 to 32,000.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Cummings, anything?
Yeah, I guess my auto policy is sending rebates because nobody's getting in accidents right now because nobody's driving right now. So I'm trying to understand, maybe there's an opportunity to renegotiate some of those rates in the future. What are our terms on that?
The policy is January 1 to December 31. If I remember correctly, the liability insurance was increased at the time of renewal for this year at the recommendation of then Corporation Counsel Caruso.
It's our coverage rate amount, or did we
If I remember correctly, our coverage increased.
Okay, so it's not just an increase in rate. We're actually getting.
Oh, that's what I was trying to explain, is that the coverage was changed after the budget was prepared.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, ordinance 47 carries 7-0. Ordinance 48. Don't know why my computer it keeps shutting off. Stop. All right. Ordinance 48, ordinance authorizing the city to create, we have to do the resolution first, correct, Andy?
Preferably, yes.
Yes. All right, we are going to jump, folks, to Resolution 76. Bond resolution. I'll let you flip to the bond resolution real quick if you're looking at backup. Resolution 76, bond resolution of the City of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of $1.6 million serial bonds to finance the reconstruction and improvement of a city parking garage. Councilmember Zaluski, at the request of the administration. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Gully. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion?
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Andy, I had a conversation with you the other day, so thank you for discussing this with me. Can you tell me what was the original price back in, I think this was May or April? What was the original price for the bonding?
2 million.
2 mil.
So we're getting it down to 16, right? 1 mil 6?
Yes.
Okay. And the money that we discussed, that we went back and forth on, is we're using some bonding money that we used for DPW before, that we bonded for, but we can use it towards the garage.
So there were 2 previous bond resolutions approved by the then city councils. There was $200,000 is previously approved as part of the 2020 general fund capital plan, at a $175,000 bond resolution that was previously approved as part of the 2017 general fund capital plan. Just to note, the $175,000 bond resolution has actual cash balance remaining of $84,000. So it's $284,000 between the 2 bond resolutions. Both of those bond resolutions were written for the use of facility improvements to DPW facilities. So any facility for a department that is under the blanket of Department of Public Works, which is now Office of General Services, can that bond money can be used for that facility improvement. What this resolution, so what we did, kind of, I think that answers your question, but I'm going to just back up. So the previous resolution was $2 million. It has now been amended down to 1.6 million. We are going to use the $284,000 from other bond resolutions for this project. Those have already been approved. That is what that money is going to be used for. The 1.6 million that's before you is the remaining balance that's needed to complete the project based on the bids that were received either in March or April. I don't remember when the date exactly when the bids were received. So that is the purpose of it. Now, and I know that when we talked, you had asked this question. This is just so the entire council understands.
Yep.
You have a bond resolution before you that's written specifically for the State Street Garage. The other 2 bond resolutions were written more of a blanket. When we present bond resolutions and as part of capital plans that are for facility improvements, they are written in a more general term that they can be used for not. When I say for a specific department, say, or a specific branch of the city. For example, as part of COVID, we presented a bond resolution for firehouse improvements. It did not designate specific monies for specific firehouses. That was done so that Chief McMahon could allocate the funds as he sees fit to improve each of this as needed over various firehouses. This bond resolution is written specifically $1.6 million for the State Street Garage. It cannot be used for any other city facility. It can only be used to do improvements to the State Street Garage. But because the State Street Garage falls under the blanket of Department of Public Works, that is why the other 2 bond resolutions can be used for this project.
Okay. One more question. Does this include the plumbing? I think that's, there was supposed to be another bid out for plumbing. Does this 1.6 include the plumbing as well?
Yes, this is all
everything.
This is all in total project.
Okay, so based on, I know I was not in favor of this, because I am not in favor of bonding. And I know I was asking to kind of hold off as long as we can. And based on the information that you've been giving me and showing to me, this is a 1.6 million. So I know that previously I said I wouldn't support this. Based on what I'm seeing in the work that was done to bring this down and so forth, I am going to support it. So thank you for doing what you did.
Of course.
Council
Further,
President.
yes, further discussion. Councilmember Gully.
Andy, as we invest into this piece of property, we've had great conversations and I appreciate them. After the work is done, I see a relative avenue there to raise the revenues that we're receiving. And as I know it, the garage right now is still bringing in a small profit. But after the work is done, we have an opportunity there. Are you guys looking at any way to escalate the fees in that garage when we have an ultra fancy garage for people in the city to park in? And can we count on deriving more revenue out of that facility once we have finished the work?
The deputy mayor and I have had many conversations about raising the permit fee from $60. They currently, and the deputy mayor can speak more to other municipalities, but we are the lowest in the area. So there is room to go up in the permit fee cost, and we'd still be lower than other municipalities. Included behind the memo in support for this legislation is an analysis that was done based off of the current fee amount and the current fee of $60 a month, the spaces that were sold January, February, and March, if I remember correctly, of 2020. That's how it generates approximately $162,000 annually in revenue. That does not include any assumptions made to fee increases. Total debt expense is the cost on this debt going out over the 15-year PPU of the $1.6 million. Just to note that debt costs is, as we currently sit here today, there is a piece of legislation that's been approved, just to note, by the Senate and the Assembly that we're waiting on the governor to sign, that would extend the amount of years you can issue bond anticipation notes for from 5 to 7 years. That is a substantial, in a lot of ways, cost savings to municipalities. Interest rates on bonds are much lower than they are on serial bonds. That is not assumed in this analysis. The total operating expenses are the total operating expenses for the State Street garage as we sit here today. What that analysis showed is that there was a profit or broke even in every single year of the 15-year existence of this debt. So there is room to increase the fees based off the current fee structure and the projections on the debt issuance. And I'll be honest, I used an interest rate higher than what we just received. It shows a profit as we sit here today. I hope that answers your question.
It does. And I want to tell you, I just want to thank you really for the time to put the numbers together. And when you of course, I didn't want to spend any money without knowing where we're going, because I know we're facing some uncharted waters. But the reality is that the investment is going to pay for itself and bring us an additional positive cash flow to our books. And as a business guy, I see that as a good investment. I will support that tonight.
Further discussion. All right, I'm going to take a slow roll. Councilmember Gully,
Yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson,
Yes.
Councilmember Steele,
Aye.
Councilmember Cummings. You are on mute.
Thank you. Just to explain my vote, obviously this has been needed in the downtown district for a very long time. I have seen endless problems with that garage and looking forward to having it repaired. I am a little concerned about whatever's not going to get done in the DPW. But obviously, I know there's a lot of deferred maintenance across the board there. So I'm hoping that we can work together into the future to make sure our buildings remain solvent throughout the city. But for now, certainly thank the minority for coming together and getting a solution on this.
Okay,
And that being said, I vote yes.
thank you. That's what I was waiting for. Councilmember Zaluski.
I don't have to comment too much because I think Nasha said it all, but I vote aye.
Councilmember McDermott.
Yes.
And I'm going to be the odd one out. I get it. I saw, and Andy, I appreciate you, Monica, working to get the dollar amount down from 2 mil to 1.6. I am going to continue on my path where, as we talked earlier, it's time for caution. The parking garage, I'd like to see more of a short-term, long-term, and see some of those emergency issues addressed on the short-term, and then long-term, look after potentially see if we get federal funding. I know the backup states that's going to pay for itself, but we're showing a loss in our parking fees right now, a major loss. And just in my opinion, it's not the time to bond for the State Street Garage. As I mentioned earlier, I've bonded for projects that are already under works. This will be a brand new project. And the comptroller, as far as I know, has not changed. Obviously, he's not going to tell us yes or no, but he hasn't changed his advice in terms of we need to be cautious. And in terms of new projects, the recommendations not at this time to move forward with new projects. So this is a new project. I just think we're in really unprecedented, uncertain, and very challenging times, and I just can't support it right now. So I vote no, but the resolution carries 6-1. And if you don't mind, we will now jump to the ordinance that goes hand in hand with this resolution. And my phone died, so now I'm down to 2 computers, if you're wondering, which is a real bummer when you're doing this. Okay, we're going to jump to the ordinance now, and that being said will be ordinance 48.
48.
Thank you. Ordinance authorizing the city to create a capital project and amending the capital project's budget, fund budget to allow funding for said capital project. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I'll go no. Okay, ordinance 48 carries 6-1. Okay, ordinance 49, ordinance declaring certain city-owned property as surplus and directing the comptroller to dispose of said property. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, ordinance 49 carries 7-0. Ordinance 50. Ordinance adopting the City of Troy return check policy. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion?
Council President,
Yes,
Real
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
real quick, I just want to know, did we not have one of these in place before?
No.
which
Really?
kind of blew me away.
Oh, okay, well, thank you.
Andy, is there anything, how much is the fee?
So the fee is on resolution,
Yeah, it's on the,
it's resolution 72. The fee is
Correct.
is $20, not 72.
$20.
$20.
Okay. How did you come up with 20, not 25? Other monies, I take it?
Corporation Counsel Morrissey worked with me on this and found there's a language in general municipal law and regulations that state $20, and then the policy itself mirrors the practice, the operational procedures that we've done since I started working for the city in 2013. So it's just a document that formalizes how we handle things.
Council President?
Councilmember Cummings, and then back to Councilmember Ash McPherson. Councilmember Cummings.
I did note that the process for leniency on this was a little vague. I wanted to know, I guess I'm uneasy putting a fee into place that predominantly hits the people that are most struggling for cash. You bounce a check because your bank account's empty. And so I'm concerned about that impact. But I could imagine there are plenty of other cases where it's not someone struggling for money. It's someone who's got too many bank accounts and wrote it from the wrong check or whatever. So, I don't know. And I'm sure, I don't know what it costs your office to process the bounce, but I assume it's at least $20. So that being said, I'm wondering if we can put something a little more explicit in, if you can prove that it's because you don't have the income to pay it, or if you can, what is your current practice, I guess, in terms of when people come to you and say to contest it, and what could we do to make sure that process can include?
So we very rarely waive the fee right now. And I will also note, there are certainly one-offs of different people. It's predominantly the same people that receive these letters from our office. You see the same names consistently. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen as often as you would imagine. The process of this, I sign the letters now. It varies throughout the year, obviously, depending on when fees are due. Maybe 2 to 3 a week. At the high point of the year, maybe it's 4 or 5. It's not very rare. People never contest. People do not contest over hardship. I will note that. They contest more because they don't like the fee. The intent of the fee is like you mentioned, there is a processing fee that comes with it. There's at least, off the top of my head, 4 people that end up being in the process from generation of the letter to when it gets paid. That whole process involves at least 4 people. We did include in the policy, if you are going to apply to have the fee waived, you have to provide written documentation to us. So I think maybe the information, the language that you're looking for is contained therein as part of the written documentation for hardship.
I'm looking for, and we can work this over in the next couple of weeks before we pass it through the final meeting, but something a little more specific that allows or almost defaults leniency when it is a case of hardship. I guess you mentioned it's the same names frequently. Are those also the names that are sort of on the verge of bankruptcy or foreclosure, or are they people who are managing 100 buildings and just are losing track of where the money is?
I can't speak to the socioeconomic conditions of each, we don't look into that.
Right.
There's a time component, right? You know, it's a staffing, you know, the staff gets it, they process it, I sign them, we move on.
Yeah.
You know, and we could, you know, if this is language that the council wants to add, it's something we can look at discussing. My only question is what's the criterion, and is it going to be clearly defined? Because how are you going to define a hardship for different people, I guess, is going to be the biggest question that I have moving forward for it.
Yeah.
Can I jump in? Maybe in the meantime, until the regular meeting, on Councilmember Cummings' note, we could look at other municipalities if they included such language or not. You know, maybe, but I think it would be very difficult to go into specifics, but potentially maybe there's a line or two that Rick's office could look into. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Andy, I'm just surprised that this has never been in place. And my question is, when somebody writes a check, because I know in the business that I'm in, somebody writes a check and the check is returned for non-sufficient funds, the bank charges a fee to the facility as well for that. Has that been happening to the?
No, we don't get charged any fees by Pioneer. Pioneer provides us in writing. They just updated the letter to us recently. With written assurance that they won't charge us fees. That was to kind of, I know it's getting late, and we actually switched banks fully to Pioneer because of that. We were with a bank that was charging us fees. A lot of the government fees don't structure that way. It's more of a percentage of how much money you're holding with them and things like that to serve more as just a general overhead cost. But because of the way that we amended several years ago our collateral policy, that it didn't put any additional risk to the city, but allowed Pioneer to collateral money for less expense to them. In return, they have given us assurances of no fees.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, and I think in the meantime, you raise a very valid point, and maybe there's, like I said, a line or two that Rick's folks could look into with other munis. Councilmember Cummings. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Council President,
Yes.
I'll vote no on this. I can't support criminalizing or feeing people for not having money. But hopefully we can work on amending it before the regular.
No problem. Ordinance 50 carries 6-1. Okay. Ordinance 51, ordinance transferring funds within the 2020 garbage fund budget. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott. Discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, ordinance 51 carries 7-0. Ordinance 52, ordinance transferring funds within the 2020 water fund budget. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, that was a tie. Councilmember Gully. Discussion. Monica, I see this is milling and paving. Is this our favorite spot on Hoosick Street by the recovery room?
This is the milling and repaving of the water main break that occurred recently.
Yes. Yep. There's a huge, huge dip, and the sign on Hoosick Street keeps falling. So, you know, little by little, people stop and, hey, Paulie, can you plug this in? My phone died, sorry. People stop and actually fix the sign. But, okay, further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, ordinance 52 carries 7-0. Ordinance 53, ordinance amending the 2020 general fund budget. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, I will offer an amendment. And Andy, if you don't mind, my phone died and the amendment is on my phone. So if you could read that amendment, please, with the Troy Boys and Girls Club, please.
The amendment would be to strike out the transfers under reference 8, the reduction from account A7310 of $120,000 and the increase netting to $120,000 in the Parks Department for temporary salaries and Social Security.
Okay. We'll first take a motion and a second on the amendment, then go to the amended resolution. Then I would like to just discuss that quickly. Do I have a motion on the amendment?
I'll motion exactly what Andy said as an amendment.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I will second it.
Second, Councilmember Gully, Councilmember Zaluski motions, discussion on the amendment. I can ask just now. So Andy or Monica, I take it the 120 will be though the fees that we're paying for the staff, correct?
Yes, it'll be paid out of the Youth Services Bureau rather than out of the temporary salaries in the parks line.
Perfect. Awesome. Okay, further discussion?
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
being that we're in the last week of July and we just opened up the pool, and we have a month to go, do we think that we're going to use up all those 120,000 in payroll? Is that just an in-case number?
Yep, that was just a projection based off of a budget that they had provided to me, similar to like they did last year. And it was just based, it was actually based a little earlier, I think it was like 1 or 2 weeks ahead of time. So it's like up to 120,000.
And how will that time and allotment of money be monitored and audited?
Their payroll services. And then we have the supervisors who oversee them. They sign in and out and they have payroll and all that stuff, just like we do. They have timesheets just like we do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Further discussions, questions? I just want to say that it is a good partnership between the Troy Boys and Girls Club in the city. All in favor on the amendment?
Aye.
Aye. On the amended ordinance, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, we have 7-0 on the amendment and 7-0 on the amended resolution. Ordinance 54. Ordinance authorizing the implementation of a parking violation amnesty program. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second, Councilmember Zaluski. Discussion. I just want to say, 4 years ago, we held the amnesty program. It was a success. And we hired FBS, who has been working for the city and doing a good job. My question is, Andy, how much do we have outstanding?
So, ticket-wise, going into the amnesty program, the numbers I brought with me today, the numbers that are for amnesty. The tickets that have bad addresses or that they've mailed letters to out before that are returned are excluded from the amnesty program, obviously because there's no way to have the letter reach them. The amnesty is being run in 2 phases. Tickets issued January 1st, 2015 through February 29th, 2020. Those are the tickets that the total balance will have a 50% reduction on. The total gross amount outstanding for those tickets is $854,000. It equals 5,747 tickets. The second phase of the amnesty are tickets issued March 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2020. Those are 425 tickets with the amount outstanding $25,325.
Okay, so we're looking about 900K.
900,000 outstanding on the ones with good addresses. Again, I don't have with me total aging. The focus for me has been on the tickets eligible for amnesty.
Yep. Okay, and
Council President,
yep, Council Member McDermott.
this is a question for the mayor. Are our parking enforcement officers back to work?
Not at this time.
Okay. When do we expect them back?
Monica, you got a sense of when they'll be?
We're probably looking at them coming back in September. We have, if not before, we're trying to gauge that right now. The biggest thing we're trying to do is take a look at the parking department as a whole. We have a parking app that's looking to come out that we hope we'll have to you over in the next couple weeks. Contract for that, which will help with the COVID-friendly parking pieces, but also online permitting as well. So we're trying to roll out a whole new parking program altogether. But we are looking to hopefully sometime in August or early September to bring them back. There is no, the parking meters are suspended right now. And you know, we're just working through all of that right now. And honestly, there's not a lot of people parking downtown because a lot of the companies are still working from home.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, further discussion, questions?
I have one question.
Yes, Council Member Gully.
Should be to Monica. Monica, if they're going to be off till September, and of course I'm clueless as to what we can do and can't do, but I will tell you, is there any way that those bodies could be used in some other fashion or function of a city operation where we're getting a value out of their time beside parking, or is it just limited to just parking enforcement?
So their job titles are parking enforcement at this point in time. So, and they're laid off. They're not just sitting at home being paid. They're actually laid off. Part of what we're looking right now is if we do bring them back earlier and before we have all of the parking back in the actual parking, like metered parking and stuff back online, we'll actually send them out probably with DPW to do tagging and towing with the street cleaners and stuff like that. That way we can free up a labor to go do something else. So we're looking at that right now and making sure we can get everybody in.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and some of the parking has been taken because of the outdoor restaurants also, right?
Yeah, and it's honestly, there's a lot of parking downtown right now. Everything is just so drastically reduced. Even, some of the restaurants and stuff still are only open partial days, not a full week. Even Brown's opens on a Wednesday now, and they're not even Monday or Tuesday. So, I think it's just until we get ramped back up and we know what this fall is going to look like, we're going to be in this modified state for right now. So.
Lots of unpredictability for sure. I do like the idea though, Monica, of looking at parking as a whole in terms of all of our permit parking and on-street parking and working on that. I like that idea quite a bit.
Good. It should be coming to you soon. I know Selena and James and Dylan and Rick were actually working on a contract with the parking app and the mobile company. It's the same parking company that does Schenectady and Albany. So we tried to do it on a regional basis.
Right.
Also piggyback some stuff. So it's good. It'll be a good thing.
Yep. Agreed. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Ordinance 54 carries 7-0. Ordinance 55, ordinance authorizing and ratifying the employment contracts with the police chief, deputy chief of police, and assistant chief of police. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion.
Council President. Oops, sorry.
Sure. Oh, I was just going to ask for a quick, like, if you don't mind, like 1 minute, exactly what it is. We could ask the mayor, Andy, and it looks like Andy may be putting his child to bed. So maybe the mayor and then Councilmember Ash McPherson with the question.
So these contracts cover the chief, deputy chief, and assistant chief positions. They are not represented by a collective bargaining unit, so they have individual employment contracts with us. To my knowledge, this goes back to about the year 2000 when this started. We have been, the contracts run for a period of 2 years. We've been talking about renewing the contract and we were sidetracked when COVID broke out. In recognition of the city's financial position, the chiefs negotiated to not have a salary increase this year. Instead, we are allowing them to accumulate compensatory time to the degree that they exceed 90 hours in any given work pay period. So their first 10 hours of overtime would be on their dime. It is it's a benefit that every other union in the city participates in at this time. The police chiefs are the only ones that do not participate in that. So it doesn't set a pattern of the pattern that other unions might rely on when negotiations come around. We would do this for 1 year only, this year only, and then we would look at our financial situation next year. And so this contract, you'll note, only is a 1 year term, whereas in the past they have been 2 years.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Thank you. Mayor, thank you for touching on that because that's what I was going to bring up. And I'd like to thank to the chief, the deputy chief, and assistant chief, because, you know, the situation that we're in. And I think that's very looking out for the residents as well. So I think this is a good 1 year contract to do with them. And I would have approved this. Thank you.
Yeah, and I did notice that, Mayor, the year January 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2020. So it'll be retroactive, I take it, for their comp time?
Yes, it'll, and it will cover the entire calendar year 2020.
Got it. And then my second thing, what I did notice, the chiefs, in order to get OT, they have to work a 45-hour week, but other department heads have a 35-hour week. Why is that, may I ask?
Those are terms of contracts that were negotiated. So it's not, and it's not a 45-hour week. It's a 90-hour, it's a 90-hour pay period threshold before the compensatory time kicks in. They figured, and I agree that, well, we all figured that in their position, a certain amount of overtime should be expected of them.
Okay. Nice work. Further discussion, questions, anyone?
Council President?
Councilmember Gully, and then I saw Councilmember Cummings put his finger up. Councilmember Gully.
When I read through, of course, when I seen all the letters coming in, I was really confused because I thought everybody thought this was going to be more income. But in reality, this is a great contract that was derived between the administration and our leaders in our police force. I don't think many people realize that they do not get overtime. They're paid by salary. So no matter what they work, you know, they deserve something, a bump on the end here. So over 90 hours is certainly fair and honorable. And I know that no one out there who might have thought this was more money spent would ever work 90 hours without getting any type of overtime. So I respect and appreciate their decision, and I will be supporting this tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Gully. Councilmember Cummings.
Yeah. So first, I think most people working positions where they're looking for overtime aren't making $25,000 a year. But that being said, we had several comments about the total of these three positions being close to $1 million. Wondering if we have a sum on what the value of the benefits package is.
It's almost impossible to predict. We don't know what events might arise during the course of the year. So ideally, there won't be events that keep people in the department overtime. That's what we wish for every year. And in the event that that occurs, then there is no additional compensation for them, or it's limited to what has been expended so far.
Just to clarify, well, I'll get to the overtime in a minute, but with regard to just the overall benefits package, healthcare, the stuff that everyone has, but what is the rough value of that in addition to the salaries, the base salary?
I don't know. I couldn't. I'd have to guess. I don't know if Andy has any thoughts on what a benefits package costs for a policeman or a fireman.
It would be hard. I don't have those numbers available. I mean, it would depend on if they're enrolled in health insurance. Is it a family plan, a single plan? Pension wise, it would depend on what tier they're in. I don't have that information with me this evening.
So I guess in particular, we had some letters saying it was probably $1 million. Is that strike you as plausible or out of whack for the three positions?
For the three, $1 million. No, that would not. It would not be $1 million for the three of them.
Okay. Thank you. And then with regard to the overtime in particular, I think that's the first question is, do we know how much they've already accrued this year?
No, I don't have that total.
And then, it's certainly good of them to, in this moment, forgo a raise, and I thank them for that. Although, if we compare to the PBA's raise this year of 1.5%, that math works out to roughly $1,884 on the chief's contract, which my math says would be about 21 hours of overtime. And so in terms of losing this hard-won point of really the difference in classification between the head of a department, the head of a force being salaried and being able to take overtime, I think it does create some perverse incentives in theory. I know you have some trust there, and that's good. But I'm concerned about the scale of this gamble with regard to the amount of overtime that could be taken if desired, and how that compares to the increase. So I guess that being said, I can't support this level of increase in benefits regarding the overtime.
Okay. Further discussion, questions? Okay, I am going to do slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
Yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Yes.
Councilmember Steele.
Aye.
Councilmember Cummings.
No.
Councilmember Zaluski.
Aye.
Councilmember McDermott.
Yes.
Council President Mantello, yes. 6 ayes, 1 no. All right, moving along. That's ordinance 55. We are rolling. We'll be out of here by midnight. It's a joke. My phone really messed me up here when it died. Sorry, folks.
Resolution 72.
Relax. I Have to scroll down. Resolution 72, and resolution is a grammar typo, just so everybody knows. Resolution authorizing the city of Troy to impose a service charge for return checks. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion?
Council President, I do just want to clarify one thing from the discussion.
Yes, sir. Andy.
We did historically charge a fee. We just did not have a policy in writing dictating how the whole process would be handled. So I do want to clarify that because I know I had mentioned it in discussion, but I didn't. I want to make sure that that was noted, that there was a fee in place prior to this. It's just we didn't have it documented, and we just like to put policies in writing that in our office.
Yep. You know, when I emailed you, I'm like, I'm just shocked that they don't have a fee. Saying that though, Council Member Cummings, now that you know that there is a fee, what do you think?
I would like to make an amendment to have a subsection with a $0 fee in the case of insufficient funds. I'm fine with a fee for other accounts seized, unable to locate account codes, but insufficient funds remains a problem for me.
Okay,
To find
so
people
are
for
you
not having money.
making a motion to amend Resolution 72?
Yes, a motion to
And-
amend to add a sentence. Where's my resolution?
Chip fee?
So the code that you all passed earlier allows for the coding of reason of non-payment
Yes.
between insufficient funds, account online entered incorrectly, bank account has funds drawn, the bank account has been closed, basically. The individual issued a stop payment on the check, and the account's been seized. So that being said, I think the $20 fine is fine on the final three, but on the insufficient funds, I would prefer to not have a fee. So I would like to make a motion to add that as a subsection of this fee.
I guess my question would be, sometimes insufficient funds, the money is in the account. For instance, say you have 10 grand in there, but you write a check for 12 grand. It's going to bounce even though you still have 10 grand in the account. And so potentially you could be helping people, you know, that actually do have money in the account, but it states insufficient funds. You know what I'm saying?
I suppose that's always a possibility. And, you know, now that I'm looking at this, I think I may need to include this in the ordinance anyway. So I'll withdraw my amendment for now and just vote no, but we'll work on it for the regular.
Okay, no problem. The motion to amend has been withdrawn. We will go back to the original resolution. We have a motion. We have a second. Do we have further discussion? All in favor on resolution 72?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'll vote no.
Okay. Resolution 72 carries 6-1. We will move along to resolution 73, resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into 2019-2020 Stop DWI Enforcement Crackdown Agreement with the County of Rensselaer. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Again.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution 73 carries 7-0. Resolution 74. Resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into 2020 Stop DWI Enforcement Agreement with the County of Rensselaer. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson, discussion.
Councilperson Gully that motioned.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Gully motions, Mara, and Councilmember Ash McPherson seconds, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, Resolution 74 carries 7-0. Resolution 75, resolution of the City of Troy, New York, amending certain prior bond resolutions relating to the Combined Sewer Overflow CSO Long-Term Control Plan. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Take a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully, discussion. Andy, this looks like an Albany project, and we, I believe, have to bond for the CSO.
So this is part of the CSO project. First and foremost, I want to know, this is no new authorizations whatsoever. This pertains to bond resolutions that were passed in 2015, 16, and 17. Chris Whalen can speak better to what the CSO project as a whole is. For those who don't know, it's a consortium under a consent order from DEC to do various improvements to sewer infrastructure projects throughout all municipalities. By doing this, the cost to all municipalities is substantially cheaper. What this resolution is, just to give a very brief backstory, this has been something that Chris, myself, and Von Shenick King have been working on since the beginning of this year. The previous bond resolutions, and this is not, EFC was fine with. They are looking to close on a phase on financing for the next phase of the project. EFC would like the city to include specific language that you will see on page 2, all of the underlined sections, to clarify the prior language to say it is not limited. The big languages is but not limited to expand the scope of the projects that were allowed under the CSO project that have been in place since the date the consent order has been signed. This is just merely, this is a, with all due respect to the profession, a lawyer to lawyer language change that has been requested. And as I said, it's been going on since the beginning of the year. At this point, we are the last municipality to close on our portion of the financing with EFC. And in discussing it with Paul Reichel from Von Shenick King, at this point, cost to the city, it's easier and efficiency for all the other municipalities and the projects to just amend our prior resolution and to stop the back and forth with EFC. And that's what's here within here. All language for Albany that's specifically in here relates to the project that is being done in the city of Albany, that has been referred to, I believe, as the Big C project as part of the CSO project itself. That is what this resolution is for.
And when you say minimal cost to the city, I take it that's
It means we stop paying Paul Reichel to talk to EFC to get the language about the language.
Okay. Further discussion? Thank you, Andy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, resolution 75 carries 7-0. We already did resolution 76, and now we're moving resolution 77. Resolution authorizing the issuance of up to $3.3 million in revenue anticipation notes, also known as RANs, of the City of Troy, Rensselaer County, New York, in anticipation of the receipt of certain revenue due during the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2020. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Take a motion.
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Andy, want to take it away real quick?
So, as we've discussed at multiple meetings, this is the RAN that has been part of our COVID financial plan throughout. This is being brought forward now so that if and when federal aid is approved at the federal level, this piece of the legislation is in the legislative piece of action, that the action of that's needed, is in place so that we can move forward with issuance. A lot of municipalities are looking at doing RANs and TANs. To be quite honest, the quicker you get to the market in discussing it with people, the better interest rate you're going to get, because you may end up in a situation where the market is absolutely saturated with municipal RANs and TANs. So this is just in place as we move forward. There is a tremendous amount of back-end work that we have started and we have been working on in order to even do a RAN. But again, this is just in place for that purpose. This will be issued for federal aid that comes in. That you bucket, as we've discussed before, they go into certain categories of buckets of what you put up against it to issue a RAN. In this case, this category is within Section 1, receipt from the state of New York, the United States government, and/or the sales tax. That's just the bucket that it falls into. As we've discussed countless times, it is for the federal aid, and it is just so that we have the paper that we need in place so we can move forward.
Further discussion, questions? All right, so we are in phase 3.
We are beginning
Look at it at DEFCON levels.
And I think it's a bit, we're taking, right, so now the federal level is beginning negotiations on another package. We are just we're mirroring that track so that when it's passed, we're not behind, if there's aid in there, we're not behind, we're just staying on the same track as at the federal level.
Yep. And I do believe other municipalities are following suit.
I do. There are other municipalities have gone to market for RANs and TANs that we've heard of. So it is a common practice right now as well.
Yeah.
Everything.
Councilmember Cummings.
I'll just note that staying on track with federal progress is a pretty low bar to set, and I think you're doing better. Thanks for being ahead of things.
Okay. Further discussion, questions? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, resolution, bear with me. Oh, this is horrible. Resolution 77 carries 7-0. Resolution 78, resolution accepting the Rubin Foundation grant as awarded by the Louis and Hortense Rubin Community Fellows Program. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution 78 carries 7-0. Resolution 79. All right. Resolution of Troy City Council authorizing the change of traffic direction on Jacob Street between River and King Streets. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution 79 carries 7-0. Resolution 80, resolution of Troy City Council authorizing the change of traffic direction on State Street between 1st and 3rd Streets. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion? All in
President?
favor- Oh, sorry, Councilmember Cummings.
I'll just note for the mayor, we discussed this a little bit in our public hearing. And I guess Steve's still on too by phone. So I just want to make sure that there will be ongoing discussion with the hardware store as this implementation moves forward. I know that's the big hurdle here, is making sure they have a spot to drop off and do their deliveries.
And I will have discussions with them and get you an update by the regular meeting.
Great. Thanks a lot.
That's amazing. Steve didn't fall asleep.
It was tough.
It was close. Resolution 80, further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Opposed? Resolution 80 carries 7-0. Resolution 81, resolution of the Troy City Council authorizing the change of traffic direction on South River Street between Main and Polk Streets. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion it.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Resolution 81 carries 7-0. Resolution 82, resolution approving the city clerk's appointment of Sharon Wells as assistant to the city clerk and setting the wages of the assistant to the city clerk. Council President, or I'm sorry, Council Member Zaluski. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember McDermott. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion. All in favor?
Oh, I actually, sorry.
Go, that's okay.
I-
Councilmember Zaluski.
Say that we want to welcome Sharon on board. She was in our queue from many, many months ago. It's very difficult to find someone who wants to work part-time for $15,000 a year in a pretty high-paced job. As we know, the city clerk's office is often a crazy place. I also want to mention, we just, as a city council, we're not overly diverse, and I'm just happy to report that Sharon will add some diversity to the office. So I think that's a good thing for us as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Zaluski. Further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, resolution 82 carries 7-0. Resolution 83, resolution supporting the chaptering of New York State Legislature Bill A9952B S7880B to prohibit the incineration of firefighting foam containing per and polyfluoroalkyl and substances, PFAs, we like to call them in Cohoes. Councilmember Cummings. I'm going to take a motion in a second. I must recuse myself. So do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion?
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Cummings.
So first, on your note of recusal, you'll note that this resolves is about urging the governor, not the state senate. So just note that for you. That being said, the history of this, obviously, we've heard through the Freedom of Information Act request of the burning of these toxic substances in Cohoes. And because they are fire retardant, there is some concern as to whether or not they fully break down in the incineration process. And some evidence that they may not. So that being said, the state senate introduced a bill to ban that burning. We all passed a resolution. Actually, I wasn't here for that one, but you all passed a resolution supporting the state senate in doing that. Since then, they have amended that bill, and this amended version, I believe, only covers Cohoes as opposed to statewide. Which is a little unfortunate. I would think this would be a thing we shouldn't do anywhere. But that being said, certainly shouldn't be doing in a downtown in the middle of a bunch of cities, and very close to many of our neighborhoods. So that being said, certainly need to make sure this isn't happening in Cohoes into the future, and encourage the governor to sign this bill.
Yes, and I just, want to state the recusal. It's a Senate bill and an Assembly bill, and saying that I do want to make it known I fully support this bill. I fully support the intent. I fully support the moratorium. And it would have been nice statewide. Unfortunately, that's how our legislature works. They like to hone it down and make it more of a home rule. I see it every day, but saying that, I just think to be safe ethically, since I work for a member, I normally don't lobby the governor on legislative bills. So.
Sure.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? One recusal. So 601. Nice job. Councilmember Cummings and Councilmember Steele, who had the original resolution.
And I suppose I should thank Laura Rabinow for helping with some of the research here as well.
Gotcha. Okay. I knew she had a hand in this. Resolution 84, resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract with the Boys and Girls Club of the capital area for the purpose of providing trained personnel to administer and operate the South Troy Pool facility until August 31st, 2020, under city supervision. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion. Monica, want to give a quick 30-second?
Yep, this is just a very similar contract that we use when we do the summer youth programming for the summer camps and stuff like that. And we just modified it to just be more descriptive of the pool itself. If you notice on number 1, it gives you what they're supplying, what the services they're supplying. It's the supervisors, lifeguards, security, and pool attendant personnel. And then we also state that who their supervisor is going to be. That's Kevin Graber. It covers their insurance, the time of the agreement. So it's really just a basic, very short contract that we've modified and gotten out to them a couple times. So I appreciate your patience last week because we went back and forth a little bit. This was originally a much larger contract, like what you had seen before last year. And then we ran into some insurance issues with their insurance provider. So therefore that we almost did a very quick switcheroo to get them on our payroll. And then we were able to modify this agreement to essentially become like a payroll service, like a temporary service for us, a hiring service. So,
thank you. Thanks.
You're welcome.
No, appreciate it. Thank you, Monica. I know last week you and Gabrielle put a lot of time, a lot of energy into this, and it went back and forth. So I appreciate it. The only thing, should we add a line, Jeff, our auditor mentioned, since we didn't put it out to bid, to put a line in possibly about sole source type of thing? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Generally, when we do something like a sole source, because it was a COVID issue with the amount of turnaround time, we didn't have the time to go out to bid, is we would normally just write that on the actual, when we did the payment form, we would provide that statement so that when that payment got audited, that would be back up to that as well.
I'll take that. Just something to show. Yeah, that works. Okay. Further discussion? So far, so good, Monica?
Absolutely. So far, so good.
Knock on wood. Okay.
And I will tell you that those lifeguards are very well trained. I will tell you that I think that they have had a save almost every day.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Seriously, really?
Yeah. And a lot of it is because it's the deep end. That pool's deep, and a lot of the kids think that they're going to go down that slide and swim on the other side. So they're earning their money and they're doing well. And it's good because they're a great group. They're a great group. And the assistant supervisor is great. He's right from the Boys and Girls Club. He's one to watch. He's a good guy, Devontae.
They seemed, when I spoke to them, very, very professional. Yeah,
It's
very.
an older crew. Yeah, it's an older crew. The youngest is only 16. I mean, Carmela, your son, my son, back when they were 14 and 15, worked at the pool. This is an older crew. I think they go from 16 up to, I think the oldest lifeguard is 26 maybe.
Wow.
But in that world, it's, they tend to be like first, second year of college, maybe high school. But, this is an older group, which is good because I think with the COVID, what we have to do with COVID and the management of people right now is probably a good thing.
Yep. Well, kudos to all. And honestly, seriously, I know how much work and time and energy went in to not only this, but obviously getting the pool open. So now we got to get the showers in the restrooms. That's the next step.
Next phase.
Yep. Thank you. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, 7-0. Bear with me if my phone, I gotta tell you, this will never happen again. Resolution 84 carries 7-0. Okay, I will now, please don't conk out. We have a special meeting with 3 items. I will take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully and everyone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay. Ha, you're funny. If okay, we'll transition into the special meeting. Does anyone have to potty or can we do this?
Let's do it.
All right, okay.
I do have to, but if we make this fast, I'm good.
Guess what? I have to also.
Yeah, bye.
Just do this.
You
All
have-
right. Do it. Okay, let me.
The one time Mara's off and can't mute you all.
Which one, Anash? All
I
right.
know.
I said all.
Listen, I want everyone to know I'm appreciating your humor this evening. It's been a very long night and virtually is always challenging. So I will ask everyone and open the special meeting. It was to start at 7 p.m. and it is only 9:53. So I'll ask everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Special meeting.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll do a quick roll call, and normally Mara would do this. Councilmember Gully.
Still here.
Good, that's good. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Is also.
She's
She
almost.
was
Don't
waving.
worry.
Sorry, I'm here. I thought I was on mute. I was on mute. Sorry.
Councilmember Steele.
Present.
Councilmember Cummings.
Present.
Councilmember Zaluski.
I'm here.
Good. No commode yet, right? Councilmember McDermott.
Here.
Council
I
President.
just want you to know I am not appreciating your sense of humor tonight.
Councilmember McDermott is here. Council President Mantello here. Okay. Presentation of the agenda. We have 3 items that were just passed in the finance meeting, and we'll go into the public forum. And we did all of our comments in the finance public forum. So we have no more comments. Local laws, none. Ordinance 54. Ordinance authorizing the implementation of a parking violation amnesty program. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion? I will just say this is a win-win. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ordinance 54 carries 7-0. Ordinance 55, ordinance authorizing and ratifying the employment contracts with the police chief, deputy chief of police, and assistant chief of police. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Do I have a
Second.
Second, Councilmember Zaluski. Discussion.
That,
Council
correction,
President?
that's Gully.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Gully, seconds. Mara, you got that? Discussion.
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Cummings.
I would like to make a motion to to table this. We're still waiting on some information on the total cost of the benefits package. And I think it's imprudent to vote on it before we have that information. I also continue to believe that the overtime costs are too high, too potentially high. And I would encourage, I absolutely support the idea of allowing compensation time, comp time. If it is really comp time, allowing people to take some time back with their family after an intense week. That being said, allowing for it to be bought back, which I understand is standard practice, but in this case with the head of the department who's in charge of that, it turns into overtime and too big a potential blank check. So I don't know if there's opportunity, if we were to table this, there might be opportunity to do some renegotiation and either cap the total amount of comp time or take out the provisions about being able to buy it back so that it can still allow them to take the time with the family, but it doesn't allow them to end up with a significantly higher raise than the PBA are getting.
Thank you, Councilmember Cummings. We have a motion on the floor to table. Is there a second?
I'll second so we can have discussion.
Okay, motion, Councilmember Cummings, second, Councilmember Zaluski. Discussion on the motion to table.
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Zaluski.
Yes, I guess I'd like to ask either the mayor or Andy to comment on this. My understanding is that what we're doing here is very much in line with what everyone else in the department underneath these three individuals or the three positions receives, and that there's nothing out of whack here. So is that the case, or are we doing something special that is just not apparent to the rest of us?
It is true that everyone in the department, other than the chiefs, gets this benefit, but the benefit actually is larger in that it is any hours worked over 40 in a week. Ours is 90, or for the chiefs, it's 90 over a 2-week period. So it's not quite as extensive as what others in the department get.
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Ash McPherson, or Councilmember Cummings, sorry.
I mean, yeah, that being said, the salary in the rest of the department, the captain gets 97, police officer 2 gets 43, police officer 4 gets 51, police sergeant gets 78. These folks are getting 125 to 135. 120 to 135. And my understanding of when we passed that contract was that was because they weren't able to get overtime.
Okay. Mayor, you're on mute.
Was there a question?
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand, if we're doing something here that was out of line, or that other people weren't receiving. It sounds like the chiefs are actually not getting as much as everyone else. I mean, their salaries are higher because their positions, they've been there for a long time and they've earned the right. They've moved up the ranks for many years. But in terms of the overtime policy or the comp time policy, this is in line. Am I clear on that? This is in line with what everyone else is getting.
It is. the difficulty here is that the chiefs will end up earning less than a number of the captains who report to them, because the captains can get overtime and they can accumulate time. So at least half, maybe 100% of the captains in 2020 will make more than the chiefs, and will probably work less hours, and will probably have, well, will certainly have less responsibility and stress.
Right.
Thank you, Mayor. Further questions, discussion?
Yes, Council President.
Yep, Councilmember Zaluski.
If we were to table this tonight, I guess this question is for the mayor. How does this affect the contract? And, you know, do you recommend that we put this on hold for a little bit to get some more information, or is everything out there right now for us such that we should just move forward?
Well, I'm not going to offer an opinion. It's a legislative matter. You know, I've negotiated what I think works best for the city and is respectful of the individuals in those positions. And I would hope that you would pass it, but you have the prerogative to look at this, to turn it down, and to demand something else.
Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? All right, we're going to take a slow roll on the motion. Councilmember Gully,
No.
Councilmember Ash McPherson,
No.
Councilmember Steele,
In voting no, I think that the information requested is not going to change the fact that we need to be cognizant of the fact that leaders of a department should not be making less than their subordinates.
Councilmember Cummings,
I vote yes. For
Councilmember
the reasons
Zaluski.
outlined.
You still have to vote. Councilmember Zaluski,
I'm going to vote no, even though I respect what Anash is doing, and but I also agree that I don't think that the people that are in charge of the police department should be making less than their subordinates, and I feel like their contract is in line with everyone else, so I'm comfortable with this.
okay. Councilmember McDermott,
No.
Council President Mantello, no. The motion to table has failed, 6-1. And now on the original resolution, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion. I'll take-
Council President,
Yes,
I
Councilmember.
thought we already had a motion and a second.
We did, and Mara's not here to correct me, and it was Councilmember Zaluski and
No.
then, or Councilmember Ash McPherson,
Yes.
Councilmember Gully.
Yes.
Yep, sorry. We have a motion, we have a second. I am going to take a slow roll unless there's further discussion. Okay, Councilmember Gully,
Yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson,
Yes.
Councilmember Steele,
I
Councilmember Cummings.
No.
Councilmember Zaluski,
Aye.
Councilmember McDermott,
Yes.
Council President Mantello, yes. 6 ayes, 1 no, resolution carries. That is resolution 55, or I apologize, ordinance 55.
Right.
Resolution 84, resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract with the Boys and Girls Club of the Capital Area, Inc. for the purpose of providing trained personnel to administer and operate the South Troy Pool facility until August 31st, 2020, under city supervision. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion. It's like legislative deja vu.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, resolution 84 carries 7 0. I will take a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Everybody, we have a motion. Councilmember Ash McPherson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion on the motion to adjourn.
Is Kim gonna vote for her own resolution this time?
Yes, I like doing that.
Did I miss the vote on the Boys and Girls Club?
It just
Yes.
happened.
Yes.
7-0.
Really quickly. Thank
It's
you.
okay, no problem. I just want to thank everyone. It's really been a long night, and have a good night, have a good weekend, and we're back at it next week. So thank you and good night. All in favor? All in
Thanks,
favor?
everyone. Have a good night.
Aye. Opposed?
Good night.
Good night. Good night, guys.